imagine, well, it's not in the budget. We have a planning cycle, you know. I said, well, we're going to do one. And I just grabbed some nonprofits, and we started one, a community one. And from that, because I was a judge, I said, well, why don't I take care of justice-involved veterans who are homeless at this stand down? So I got my prosecutor and my public defender and my court clerk, and we started a veterans docket. And from that grew what the legislature established before any of us were there, is the Florida Veterans Court System. But we only have 34 of those in 67 of our counties. So we have things we could do, and I got introduced to vet centers, which is kind of a distinct part of the Veterans Health Administration. And I said, well, we need one of those. Well, it's not in the budget. You know, we have metrics, there's an algorithm. I said, we're going to get one. 2 years later, we got one. Actually, we got two, one in my county and then one over in Panama City. But the point is, we all need to find things that we're interested in that we can do. And that includes things, I'm going to come back to what Senator Collins and I have done as far as changing the law so that military spouses who are already trained, already have the background, already have a license to be child care workers can come to Florida and get a provisional license so they can address the child care needs. I mean, we all are part of the solution, and I think that's really the key thing, is to find what we're interested in and find a way to address it. This last legislature addressed stolen valor, because there's nothing more hurtful than to have, like the sergeant major or the general, and have somebody else claim that they've done something that they haven't done. There's nothing wrong with being an E3 who got out of service.
That's right. There
is something wrong if you say, well, there I was on the frontier of freedom, and you never left Fort Polk. So we all need to find ways to reinforce our service members, reinforce our families, and reinforce our veterans. And remember, the job of the military is to fight the nation's wars and win. And we can't get distracted by all this noise that we've had the last 4 years.
I appreciate that, Pat. Hammer, you had some on this?
Yeah, the general will keep it really short because the Lance Corporal in me says the generals talk too much, all right? So, and I can have a fellow general, all right? If you have a nonprofit, hire a veteran. Veterans love to serve. That's why they raise their right hand. They swore an oath to our Constitution, and it stays in here with them. It doesn't go away. 10% of them got in trouble, but still, even with them, it stays in there. So, hire a veteran, because veterans love to serve. It's the perfect nexus, nonprofits, for veterans, my opinion.
I agree. Hammer, actually on that line, and Pat, it's amazing. You just set this up perfectly. You teed it up, man. It's like a golf driving range here. We've done a lot. We have modernized FTVA. We have talked about stolen valor. We have put things in place to progressively and effectively put our veterans in a position to come to this state. We want more of them here. Hammer, where's the next step? Where do you think FDVA, Florida's for Veterans, and the state need to go? What are the next 2, 3, 4, 5 tangible, kinetic steps to get more veterans here, to improve the capabilities medically, economically, or from a transition standpoint? What do you need to do? What do you think that vision looks like, and how can we get it done?
Well, my job as the Secretary, Executive Director of Veterans Affairs, is to advocate with purpose and passion for veterans, families, and survivors. We advocate. We advocate at the national level through our congressional delegation. We advocate in Tallahassee with great leaders, our governor and other legislative leaders. We advocate at the local level with communities to get things done for veterans. I have plenty of veterans coming. My market is 1.4 million veterans. Do you know how many of those I'm connected to? About 750,000. I have a half, 50% untapped market. They don't know who I am. I don't know who they are. That's a problem. That's what I have. So that's what I need to get to, is the connection with the veterans so they know what they can get in Florida. They chose to come here, and they're choosing to come here even without, they're doing online search, they're getting it, but I need to connect with them. So that's a battlefield. That's what I want to do. So just so the good general mentioned homelessness. Florida is first in so many ways. We reduced homeless year over year, veteran population by 13% last year to this year. 13% down. The highest in the nation, homeless veteran, all right? Because nonprofits, because legislators, because people who care are taking care of that. So, yeah, that's my market. I need to connect to my market to make sure that they're most reinforced with success. That's my battlefield.
Hammer, I appreciate that. That is a perfect answer. I love the Lance Corporal coming up to the Major General. Matt, I know you had something on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we sound a little bit like a broken record, I understand, because every one of us starts one of our answers with how great Florida is and how it's leading the way. But I can tell you, as someone who runs a nationwide nonprofit that is headquartered here in Florida and is now the beneficiary of Florida being willing to put their money where their mouth is, to not just come and say, absolutely, not just say, hey, we want veterans or we want to take care of veterans or anything, but with appropriations, with willingness to partner with nonprofits like Task Force Dagger, to be able to not only take care of Florida-based veterans, but also as we run some of our rehabilitative adaptive events, we have a mix between veterans that are already here in Florida and others from other places in the nation. That what better place to come and heal and rebuild and strengthen together as a family than to come to Florida. And as they come, they are seeing, there's one thing to hear from across the nation, hey, Florida leads the way. Maybe I would move there one day. But when you come and you touch it and you feel it and you see it, it's a whole different thing. And so it's another way of recruiting the best and brightest. Hey, come see it. Come see how well we take care of our veterans.
That's right.
And we're very forefront in, hey, this trip is funded by the state of Florida. Like that's how much they care about you, your service, and your continued service to the nation, as well as to Hammer's point. One of the things that we step in on is a lot of times people don't know about the VA resources, or they may be unwilling because they've heard negative stories in the media about the VA. I can tell you that Florida's VA is a completely different apparatus than the horror stories that you may or may not have heard in other places. And I understand that individual stories may differ, people have bad experiences, but by and large, we're able to use our trusted relationship with a lot of the Florida-based veterans to say, hey, you come to us, but we're actually going to refer you to a VA program that's already funded and able to meet and address exactly what you want. And I promise you, they're going to take care of you. And so there's ways that we can partner in the same way you were talking about earlier of the federal government being able to disseminate some of that money into the state so that we could operate it. Florida has done a great job of putting their money where their mouth is, of saying, let's do that public-private partnership and let's take some of what we have and put it into the nonprofits that are doing good work here. And so it really is leading the way.
No, absolutely it is. Hammer?
Yeah, again, to foot stomp, because we have money.
Right.
That's because of our leadership.
That's right.
All right? I get questions all the time from 49 others routinely, Hammer, General, people that know me, how did you get to yes on this? Leadership, money. And they're like, oh. All right? But we have it, so that's why we have that. One of the other things that we really need to do for our older veteran population is health care. I'm older veteran population. We have the best state veteran nursing homes in the nation. We have more than other states. I've got a place called Collier County. When they said they need a state veteran nursing home, the federal government puts in the money, 66%. We put in 33% as a state. Collier County stepped up and raised the money themselves locally for the state's cost share, $40 million. Has that ever happened anywhere else in America? No. No. Okay? Has not happened. So I get people say, hey, we need to build a nursing home, but my state doesn't have the money. I said, go talk to your local leaders in that community. Tell them to raise the money, because here's where it happened. Those are the kind of things that Florida is leading in. So adult day health care. So I have state veteran nursing homes. Federal government does not let me do adult day health care in my existing legacy nursing homes unless I build the building on the property. So in the new legislation for the new home in Collier County, it will have it integrated. adult day health care. Why? Because those older veterans need to be, instead of sitting at home with a spouse or grandchildren taking care of them, drop them off, 8 in the morning, pick them up that evening. We'll take care of them, and a great quality of life for them to connect with their fellow peers, veterans, and then we'll send them back home at night. What a great thing for our veterans, and great for the families, because then they can work, they can do things. So again, Florida is leading in that way. I'm telling y'all, thank you for what you're doing for Florida, because it allows us to serve. Thank you.
Yeah, Hammer, great point. And I got time for a couple of quick questions. I'm going to ask you to use your diaphragm since we're not giving you a mic and push those words out. Anybody have a question they want to ask our panelists here? Ma'am.
One of the things that that's lacking in the veteran community is dental health care. As a veteran myself, there isn't any dental care at all. What can we do moving forward to make sure that veterans have dental health care? Because there's about 15 different diseases, to include heart disease, diabetes, that's associated with dental care. What can we do?
Well, we are doing it. Can I answer this?
Yeah, I'm going to
All
come in
right.
at the end of this one a little bit.
First in the nation. I have to lean forward on this one. First in the nation because of our legislature. How many of y'all seen the Gadsden plate, Live Free or Die license plate? Raise your hand. The black with the gold? Every time one of those is sold in the state of Florida, you know where the $25 goes to? Veterans dental care. We are reinvesting $1.5 million in license plate sales into veterans dental care because our legislators said do it, and we had the idea. So, yes, it is a big problem. If you're a 100% permanent total disabled veteran, you get dental care from the VA. If you're less than that, if you're 90%, you don't get it unless you were injured in your mouth while on active duty. So I had all these old veterans in my nursing homes, most of them are older, in our nursing homes, and they would sit staring out the window by themselves quiet, and that bothers me. I'll go sit and chat with them, but you know what? When you give them dentures, when they can chew real food again and they can smile, they're happy, and they're motivated, and they'll tell you the stories. So that's where we're putting the money, okay? Thank you.
One more question.
What his question was, what he's mentioning is family members of veterans. What can we do for the family members? Because when I was in Iraq, when I was in Afghanistan, when I was in the Philippines, and every war I ever fought in, you know who was fighting the war at home? The family. All right? And when I would come back from losing a Marine to an IED and think I'm so happy he lived. When I came home and I had to sit there and I'm writing letters to wives, moms, sisters, and I checked my email, my wife's telling me about the problem she's having with kids at school with the principal. You don't disassociate it, okay? I'm not telling her about the loss that I have of a battle brother I just lost who died and bled out in my hands. I can't tell her that. But her big thing is that's the problem. So, yes, we are working with our families and getting them recognized as much as possible. And I really do think Florida's doing more about that than most other states in the nation. But I'm aware of it, and it's awareness, okay? The other thing is we have a governor who served. He understands families. You know, he does. He understands things. So, yeah.
You know, Hammer, you hit on a great point. First off, excellence is a choice, and leadership matters. Governor DeSantis has been incredibly strong. He has led from the front on veteran issues. But look, there's been a lot of talk about Hope Florida, but I want to talk to you about what matters with Hope Florida, why it works. I love the program, and I'm a firm believer in it. And let's talk about our veterans. Imagine a program like Hope Florida that can understand something basic and simple. If you want to heal a veteran, you got to heal the entire family. You got to take care of the family. It is through nonprofit partnerships that those things happen. Americans are a giving nation. They give freely of themselves, of their time, their talent, their treasure. They do that to things that matter. They take care of our veterans. They take care of their families. It is through that partnership with Hope Florida and things like that being the central nervous system, that core, driving assets to take care of our people, that we can accomplish so much more. And guys, I say this as someone who is a veteran, and I was also the husband of a veteran. My wife, Layla, who's over there, right there, is also a 20-year veteran who deployed into combat, so I know how hard it is. I would rather get shot at any day than be home without power, without capability, and knowing my wife was in harm's way. And Matt, I know real quick, we got to come in. We're running out of time.
Absolutely. First off, thank you for your service. Thank you for the question for both of you. Yeah. And I think you hit on a great point. And I think to merge those two answers, I think it's dual purpose, right? There are things we can do on the state legislature to try to find ways to expand that, but back to the private partnership and public partnership. Nonprofits, I can tell you as, again, running a nonprofit that does these family-centered events here, that is really focused on making sure that we include family members in everything we do, you can tell the care of our legislature as we go up and talk to folks in Tallahassee that we're not just doing something for the veteran or for the active duty service member. Each and every House rep, each and every senator that we talk to, when we said, hey, what we want to do is include family members, couples, kids into our programs, the switch churned, right? And so you can tell that the care is there and the want is there. So I think it's both. It's legislature and nonprofit partnership.
All right. Well, guys, thank you for being an incredible audience. Thank you for the couple questions we got to.
There's a 20-second.
Yeah, Andy, or Pat, who? Pat.
Thank you. I know we're short of time, but most of us will be here.
Yes.
I would solicit, I'm sure Senator Collins would solicit, we'll all solicit your ideas, your concerns, because we want to address them, and you're the fount of knowledge.
Yeah.
Thanks for being such a
That's
great
exactly
audience.
it. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, thank you. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists, Congressman Daniel Webster, Congressman Aaron Bean, Congressman Randy Fine, and today's moderator, Helen Ferre, former executive director of the Republican Party of Florida.
And good morning, everyone. So excited to be here. We have a terrific panel to talk about all kinds of important things that are going to help further propel the Republican Party, not only of Florida, but of the United States forward through Congress. And one of the things we really want to talk about is the big, beautiful bill. We know it's big, but just how beautiful is it? Congressman Bean, want to start with you. I know you were very involved, so should we be excited?
Helen, a very good morning to you, and good morning, Florida Patriots. It's great to see you out here. Thank you for giving up your weekend to be here. And yes, it is big, it is beautiful, and it is the first step in winning. If you only walked away with one thing this weekend, I know, Patriots, I'm like you. I'm impatient. I want wins right away. And for 4 years, we've watched no accountability, and we watched the other side just completely trample, seems like, over everything. And for the first time, we plant the flag in the big, beautiful bill. It is long and lengthy, and I'm going to yield in just a moment to my colleagues to talk about so many aspects of it. But I want to tell you about the central theme of it, which was a Bean bill. Bean filed a bill for Medicaid reform, and it was adopted in the big, beautiful bill. And so let me tell you the numbers on it right now. The numbers on it, there are 38% of Americans favorable to big, beautiful bill. There's 38 that are against, and there are 24 that are up in the air, undecided. And it's because the other side has been telling, can you imagine them not telling the truth? And what it is on Medicaid reform that you need to know about it so you can help sell it, because this is going to be the pathway for us going forward. And it's this, Medicaid is the program where the federal government shares the cost of indigent poor care, and the state picks up half. What we say is this: in 2010, since Obamacare came along, many people are on that program that were never intended to be on Medicaid, including illegal aliens. How about that? So the first thing that we do, illegal citizens not allowed, we kick them off. That's 1.4 million people. But here's one of the most controversial aspects of the big, beautiful bill. It's the reform. It's the Bean bill. And it's this: if you are able-bodied, without kids, if you have kids younger than 14 years of age, you're exempt. If you're disabled, you're exempt. If you're a caregiver, you're exempt. But if you're living in your mom's basement playing the video games and being able to work, and you're able to work, you should work, are you ready, Patriots? 20 hours a week. 20 hours a week. The left is losing their mind over it.
That's not asking for a lot.
It is not. Plus, Helen, there's dignity in work. I think that solves a lot of our mental health problems. Having a reason to get out of bed, having a reason to go out in the world and make your way. So there's so many other things about it. But if we just did that, if the bill just did that, it was worth all of the effort. Of course, it was a miracle it passed. We can talk about that too, Helen. But that provision, know that is going to, the left is losing their minds, and it's us reclaiming our government and beginning to solve the ever-growing dependency on government. And it leads the way to solving our debt problem.
Well, an ever-growing government just means big government, and that's what the Democrats really like, and that's actually what we know is antagonistic to the health and welfare of our country. Congressman Fine, one of the issues that Congressman Bean raised was the issue of taking illegal immigrants, illegal aliens off Medicaid. Should never have been on. It hadn't contributed toward those resources. But immigration is also a component of Big Beautiful Bill. What aspects excites you more? What are you more enthusiastic about with that regard?
Well, thank you, Helen, and thanks to all of you. I'm the newest congressman from Florida, so... And thank all of you for your help in getting here. You know, when we ran, look, by the way, Muslim terrorists show up everywhere. So look, these people can shut their mouths.
Please? Can we get security,
By the way, this is what we're up against in this country right now. This is what we're up against in this country right now. We're up against people like this.
USA! 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 USA!
I will tell you this. When you are the first Jewish Republican elected in the history of the state of Florida to Congress, and when you stand with the United States, with Israel, and when you wear a kippah that says "Make America Great Again," they can't stand it at all. But I won't apologize for fighting. But to get back to the question that we were asked.
Congressman,
yes, ma'am.
Obviously you're doing something right when you get that type
That's
of response.
Right.
So congratulations.
Thank you. You know, my good friend Joe Gruters, who's going to be our new chairman of the Republican National Committee. When they asked him about me, he said, Washington may not be ready. The strongest right hook in the business is coming to Washington, and people like that are about to find out why. But let's get back to your question.
So let's talk about immigration. Big beautiful
immigration.
bill.
Oh, we got another one.
Let's talk about big beautiful
We got
bill.
another one.
Come on.
By the way, this is what Democrats do. This is what Democrats do. This is what Democrats do.
Wow, Randy. Wow.
You're 100% right. This is what Democrats do.
This is what Democrats do.
So let's talk about illegal immigration.
All right, let's talk about illegal immigration. What the one big beautiful bill did. For decades, Democrats have told us that they would only allow us to secure the border.
Randy Ford, that's a constituent of Florida.
Another one.
Hey,
My goodness. My goodness.
I don't know why they're signaling just you. We're all pro-Israel here on this panel and in this room. So,
You know, my dad told me when I was a kid, if you're not taking flack, you're not over the target. And so these folks can try to shout me down all they want, but I assure you of this, it will never work. So, oh my goodness.
there you go. There you go. There you go.
I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah.
No. Hey, let's hope we got their money at least.
So
They won't take it,
about
right?
illegal immigration. So let's just
All
jump
right.
into it.
Illegal
so let's
immigration.
Go. Let's
The
get
one big
serious
beautiful
here.
bill. Hey, look, at least we got their money, right, for the ticket. So.
Yeah.
There you go.
Woo!
That's it.
And we're going to put it to good use.
We will put it to good use.
So why is it that the left, that the Democrats don't support anything that has to do with making America great again?
Because they don't love
including-
America, Helen.
Yeah.
Because they don't love America. You have to understand, look at these people that are fighting ICE. What are they fighting for? They are fighting to protect people who shouldn't ever have been in this country at all. And what the one big beautiful bill did, is it said, for decades, Democrats have told us if we wanted to secure the border, we had to give amnesty to tens of millions of people. And in the one big beautiful bill, without giving the Democrats anything, we have finished the wall, we have increased the number of ICE agents, and we have provided adequate funding to deport every single illegal immigrant that is in this country. And that is what we are going to do now.
Congressman Webster, we can't say we're a country that honors the rule of law if we don't truly honor the rule of law. And that is one of the foundations of the Republican Party of Florida and the Republican Party in general. Why is that so difficult to understand to Democrats in Washington, D.C.?
Well, the problem is they don't believe in the rule of law. They believe in anarchy and disturbing groups like this one, trying to do anything they can to stop us from doing what's right. So I'm thrilled Brandon's there, and I'm also thrilled Aaron's there, and they do just a fantastic job of supplementing what we're doing. We have a tight majority, but even with the tight majority, Trump has come to be the winner, and he's winning every single week, every single issue. Yay. Yay for Donald Trump. He's done a great job, and this is just beginning. He has another 3.5 years, and we're going to see it come to fruition. So I think you're going to see a lot of this, but it's going to die down once people realize they didn't vote for any, not one piece, not any tax deduction, not anything in the big, beautiful bill. So I'm excited about Randy being there. Also excited about my good friend Aaron Bean. That's just it's a great Congress, and we're not stopping.
Not at all. And so one of the things that you've also worked about, and I know we've got a great education panel that's coming later, but you had always been a champion and worked so hard when it came to homeschooling and education 40th anniversary.
Yes.
We're celebrating the 40th anniversary. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Well, the home education law, no one believed it. There wasn't anybody who was going to sponsor it. So two homeschoolers from my district took me out to lunch and showed me what it would do. I didn't even know what it was either. Nobody did. And so I sponsored it. No one joined me. We just fought and fought and fought, and it ended up passing the House. I remember one person saying, well, a lot of people said, what about socialization? So I asked them, what drug dealer were you talking about when you're talking about socializing? Which one do you want them to know? And, well, we're not talking about them. Well, it's the way it is. So I'm excited about it. Nothing's changed. We had, I guess, the opportunity to sort of win everybody over as the years have gone, because no one has turned back from what they were doing. And we had Tim Tebow and everybody winning all the geography bees, spelling bees, all kinds of things that finally they just didn't want to compete. So they gave up. They were trying to repeal that law for 3 or 4 years, but then it never happened.
And I think one of the things that it really points to is how we value family and parental rights, which is so important. Families and parents know what's best for their kids. Let the dollars follow the child. If the parents want to homeschool, let them homeschool. If they want a charter school, public school, parochial, private, you do it. That's the best way to go, because parents know what's good for their family.
Well, hundreds of thousands of people have joined in these last 40 years, and it's really awesome. And even the school boards and school teachers joined in during COVID. They wanted them to train their kids at home. So
Sure.
I like it.
I
it's
do
good.
too, and I think everybody else here in this room does as well. Congressman Bean, one of the things that we're looking at, Congressman Bean, one of the things that we're actually looking at
Hey, I don't feel so bad anymore.
No, it's Congressman Bean. Hey there. Hey, Congressman Bean, we are so thrilled that President Donald Trump and his agenda is making great progress. It requires, even though we barely have a majority in Congress, look at all that's being done in favor of our agenda, which is so important, and it's America's agenda. It's putting Americans first, making Americans first. When we talked about, and that means strengthening the military, that's being there for our veterans, that means being there for our families, which is so important. It's also being there for our allies abroad, including Israel, with whom we proudly stand.
Right.
One of the things that we're looking at right now is that we have DOGE, and DOGE is such a significant effort being done to review government efficiency, because in Washington, D.C., and not just in Washington, the Democrat Party thinks that we are here to serve them. They forget that they are public servants elected to office to serve the American people. And what we're looking to do is find better efficiencies, get rid of waste and fraud. The DOGE efforts, a lot's been accomplished, but is there more to do?
Helen, it's a great question. And first of all, I'd like to thank our sponsors today, the Florida Democratic Party. How about that? We want to thank them.
Yeah.
They purchased, we want to thank their generosity. They purchased a whole bunch of tickets. So thank you, Florida Democrats, for supporting your local Republican Party. Helen, let me tell you what happened to me. And I don't know if it happened to you or anybody in here. I got a case of DOGE fever. That's what I got a case of. And the only prescription is to cut. That's exactly what we've done. So this year, I helped launch the DOGE caucus. We had so many members join in that wanted to support President Trump's effort and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy's effort to not only make the cuts, but make them permanent. Have Congress come in and formally make it official that this money doesn't need to be spent anymore and bring it back. Now, there's only one way to do that, and that's through a process called rescission. It's a formal process where the White House will actually send a package to Congress. And here's the beauty of it. The beauty of it, it's a majority of Congress, both the House and the Senate. So DOJ caucus for the last 7 months lobbied the White House, lobbied leadership, lobbied Scott Bessent, lobbied Russ Vought of OMB to say, bring it, let's go, and we will get the vote. So that package came over, and I wish I could say it was a slam dunk, but we had to work that package, because let me tell you what they were cutting. First of all that yucky stuff that we discovered, DOJ discovered, all the LGBTQ parades in South America, the Sesame Streets in the Middle East, it all needed to go. It could never stand the light of day.
How about Corporation for Public Broadcasting?
That's the centerpiece of this whole thing. Just when you think the cuts couldn't get any better, the centerpiece of NPR and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Now, when we started funding those in the 70s, does anybody remember when there was only 3 TV stations and somebody had to go outside and turn the antenna and somebody would say, stop right there? Well, maybe that was a time that we could fund a 4th channel or education, but today's different. There's literally tens of thousands of internet channels and whatnot, so to make that happen was truly something else. And Patriots, I've got news for you. Did you read the headlines? The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which swears they're an independent journalist thing, is going to announce their closure. How about that? So, yeah. So, DOJ fever is starting to take its toll, which is good. Now, it's only a drop in the bucket, but as I said, just like it was only cutting $9 billion of a $1.7 trillion deficit, but it is a small step, one small step for cutting, but one giant leap towards economic sanity. That's a win for us. Take it to the bank.
100%. One of the things that we also look at, and this is a question for all 3 of you, is that one of the things Big Beautiful Bill really requires, though, to continue to be successful is for interest rates to be lowered. We know that the president has been strongly encouraging, shall we say, the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell to lower interest rates. It goes hand in hand with the great work that's being done regarding tariffs as well, so that we're all on equal footing with the partners that we're trading with. Congressman Fine, how close are we to getting interest rates lowered, if at all?
Well, unfortunately, Jerome Powell gets to sort of do what he wants, and that includes spending billions of dollars to put in private dining rooms and gold-plated faucets in the Fed. We need to stay strong in order to demand that, because by interest rates being so high, it not only costs regular Americans who want to buy a house or who want to buy a car, most of that interest money is going to our enemies around the world who own our debt. How many hundreds of billions of dollars do we want to give to China? I don't want to give any, so I support President Trump, as I do in all things, in trying to bring that down. But I do want to get back to what happened very briefly. I want you all to understand this. Those of you who are Republicans in this room, I know we would never go and do that to Democrats. We would never do that. And so what you have to understand is the fact that they would come into our house, our event, and behave that way, that shows their level of determination to beat us next year. What is the first thing they want to do if they win? Impeach Donald Trump. And so that is why we need to take from what happened here today and feel the same anger they do, to make sure that we beat them senseless in the elections next year.
And one of the things that we do, that we see, is that Democrats, for sure, try to silence discourse. We're not allowed to have a voice at all. And that is one of the things that really makes a difference. You know, Congressman Webster, you have been, the dean, for us here, at least in this particular meeting. Why are Democrats so afraid of our voices being heard? Why are they so afraid of Republicans having the opportunity to voice their opinion and to actually have an opportunity to vote?
Well, I think the real key is they want to drown us out because they're tired of us winning. We're not tired of winning. We want to win. We've got a lot of things to do, and just because we've done one rescission bill doesn't mean we follow with 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So I think we're winning. We're going to keep winning. The issues resound perfectly with the American people. They
and
are
I think
the
also,
right thing to do.
Right, and one of the things for sure that we look at is that, you know, they're afraid of our position because we are actually calling them out for what they're doing, for politicizing the judiciary, for going after anybody who's not only President Trump and his entire administration, but the men and women that are in this audience right now, families. If you are pro-life, you're antagonized, you're vilified, you're arrested, you're being interrogated. If you go to a person of faith, the same type of thing. So they're really trying to bring this Marxism into our conversation. They started with COVID, or at least they became more vocal with COVID, shall we say, and they continue to carry it forward. But thank goodness President Trump is leading the charge, and he's got the great state of Florida standing behind him to oppose Democrats in what they're trying to do.
It's amazing. It's good. It's right. It's true. And what President Trump is doing is winning. He's leading the charge to win today, tomorrow, and the next day. Keep winning. We're going to keep rolling and keep cutting and keep solving the problems in a mighty way. I love his solutions, and we're just going to bring them to fruition in the Congress.
And one of the things, gentlemen, that we look at when we talk about trying to make government more efficient, it's actually got to be accountable as well. And that means going through and weeding out the deep state. It is real and it is still there. Why is it so difficult to do? Go ahead.
I'll tell you something somebody once told me. Here's why it's so difficult. Over 90%, somebody told me 95, someone told me 96. 95, 96% of the people in Washington, D.C. voted for Kamala Harris for president. So who do you think are all the people that are working in all of these government agencies? Now, the 4% who didn't, they probably work in the private sector to make sure the city doesn't actually fall apart. I mean, that is the problem, is we are surrounded by people. You talked about the left trying to silence dissent. It started with, if you were a parent who wanted to complain about what was being taught in schools, Joe Biden called you a domestic terrorist a few years ago. It starts with Democrats saying, go and attack ICE people. We're going to demask. We're going to dox them. That is what we are up against. We're up against people who think boys should play in girls' sports. See, it used to be 30 or 40 or 50 years ago, Republicans and Democrats shared the same values. We just wanted to get to the end result differently. But when we can't decide what bathroom a boy should go in, when we have to tell kids they should question everything about who they are, when we say it's okay to attack those people who are trying to get foreigners out of our country, we can no longer say that we share those same values. That is what we are up against, and that is why we have to be resolute and strong. And we are lucky that we have a president, Donald J. Trump, who is willing to get shot in order to make sure that we fight for those things. And it's why we all have to stand behind him over the next 18 months.
Congressman Maine, same question for you.
I just think the question is where are we going, and why can't we seem to push back? Republicans would never. We're just. I believe we're a party of honor. We would never dream to use the Department of Justice to be weaponized against our enemies. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in the Constitution, and it just is unfathomable that they would do this to us. So it's time that we start pushing back a little bit, and we just want, I think what we all want is accountability, and James Comey just needs to be held accountable for all that he did, and the more we find out, the angrier we all get. So let's go, Pam Bondi, let's go.
100%, 100%. So let's do like a quick lightning round to kind of get a sense. Everybody, same question for Absolutely everybody. What, Congressman Webster, what is the biggest threat to America today?
Well, the biggest threat is China. I mean, that is the biggest threat. That's the biggest military threat. It's the biggest economic threat. And it's done mainly because they have masses of people, and they throw them around like they're nothing. But on the other hand, we also have a threat here inside of our country, and there are people that don't want to be Americans, and they want to take us in a different direction. And so the Green New Deal or anything else you can imagine, which destroys our economy, destroys our jobs, destroys the opportunity that Americans have unique to the world, is destroyed by them who want to be our enemies. So it's not just the Chinese, but they are the major enemy of the United States.
That's such a good answer. Congressman Dean.
I've got a quick answer, but first, there's somebody that should be on this stage with us. There's a spot for him right here. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Florida delegation, it's Byron Donalds on the front row. How about that? Hey, China is a threat, but our threat, in order to have resources to be able to stand up to the very aggressive Chinese, which are cheating, they steal our intellectual property, they are very aggressive on the world stage. In order to have resources, we've got to get our finances in order. Our debt continues to grow. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. We also are guilty of overspending, our party, our members, and so we've got to hold everybody accountable, spend less. We all agree to spend less, yet we've got some of our party members in the United States Senate that are continuing to do earmarks, continuing to spend. So I'm excited about DOGE. I'm excited about a new effort. I think President Trump gets it that we are going to take control of our finances. So until we get those in order, boy, what can we do? Think about it. If we had a balanced budget like we do in the state of Florida, to be able to have the resources to once again to be the world leader on stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say this. I believe the biggest existential threat facing the United States is our inability to spend within our means. We do that here in Florida. We don't spend everything we bring in, we give money back. But at the federal level, we're borrowing so much money from our kids and our grandkids that it's hard to conceive what $1.7 trillion actually means, what $37 trillion means. And what keeps me up at night is that I know that in the lives of my two sons, Jacob and David, our country will collapse if we don't solve this problem. It may not be next year, it may not be 5 years, it may not be 10, it may be 30 years, but they're 13 and 17 years old. And I fear less the judgment of the voters than I do the judgment of my children if we do not solve this problem and we leave it in their hands. That is the challenge of our time, to get our federal government under control, spending within its means, and paying down the debt. If we do that, we will have a second American century, a third American century, and frankly, we will have an American millennium.
Agree. Congressman Webster, what is one federal agency you would shrink in size or just completely eliminate? Just one.
Department of Education. They've done more damage than they've ever done good. And I think they need to go. The states can operate it, send them the money, and they'll do it in a much more balanced way and a much more significant way to produce educated people.
Education belongs in the state.
It does. It's a state issue. Just if there's money to be had, send it to us. We'll spend it right.
I have a hunch you're 100% right about that. Congressman
I
Reed.
love getting rid of education. I've also loved shrinking the Department of Energy. They've been around, since Jimmy Carter, and they've grown to 15,000 employees. I wonder sometimes what they do when we saw where we're no longer energy dominant until Donald Trump made it a priority. That one big, beautiful bill does begin to phase out all of these energy subsidies we're paying for wind and solar. And the best thing that we can do to become energy dominant is let the free market reign supreme, to bring government out and let the free market. We've got natural gas. we've got oil. If we just drill, baby, drill, big things can happen for America.
A little nuclear wouldn't hurt either.
100%.
I mean, nuclear is also another important option. Congressman Fine.
I'd also say the Department of Education. They honored me. They put me on the Education Committee. It's the reason I ran for politics in the first place. When I ran for the legislature, I chaired Education Committees for half my time in the Florida legislature. I'm on that committee in Washington. And so I asked this question about shutting the Department of Education. The question I asked is, how much money do you not spend educating kids? Right? I mean, we all like spending money in the classroom, but the estimate is up to 50% of the money spent at the Department of Education is spent on bureaucrats who talk about educating children, or people here in Florida and other states who have to then go and deal with the Department of Education. We could cut the amount of money the federal government spends by 25%, send the remaining 75% to the states, and the amount of money that would actually go into the classroom to help our children would go up. So we ought to be shutting down the Department of Education. And the question is not which department do we want to shut, it's which one do we not. It's Department of Energy, Department of Labor. So many of these things. We need a Department of Defense, right? They've got to protect our country. We need a Department of State. We have to have ambassadors around the world. But so many of these functions were never contemplated by the Constitution of the United States. It's supposed to be a federalist system, and we need to shrink it, and we need to send all of these powers back to the states. In Florida, we've shown we know how to run things. The federal government can stay out of our way.
You know, it's almost like we need to come back and redefine what the purpose of the federal government is all about, or government in general, from municipal, state to the federal level, to get back to the basic founding principles of what we believed in and what our Constitution is really all about.
We don't even have to redefine it. We just have to go back and read what our founding fathers wrote. There's a reason they called it the United States of America. They could have called it the United State of America, that we were one state. They're not. We were an aggregation of 13 states that all had their unique powers and responsibilities. And in this country, the locus of power was supposed to be at the state level. And over 100 years, that power has been moved away, and at great cost, $37 trillion. The solution to cutting the budget is the same as the solution to saving America. We have to return power to the states, particularly those like Florida, where we have shown we know how to get things done.
Congressman Webster, so, you know, how do you see the future of the Republican Party of Florida today? What do you think we need to do to be better?
Well, I think one of the things I can say is when we took over the House and Senate, back when I was the first speaker, Republican speaker in 122 years, that started it. And now we're a red state.
Trailblazer here.
We have a great state, and it's no longer the mixture that it was before. The Democrats have had it, and they don't like it, and they've showed themselves again. That's all they had was 3 or 4 people come out and scream and yell. So,
and thanks to your great leadership, you know, here in Florida, we have today, and it's the work that this room full of grassroots leaders does day after day after day. We have a more than 1.3 million voter advantage over Democrats in the state of Florida. That's the Republican Party of Florida. Congressman Bean, so one of the things that we look at is that, you know, we've talked about Democrat opponents. Why are they so lame? What is it going to take for them to come around? Will they ever come around? I think it's good to have good opposition, but we don't seem to have good opposition.
Well, first of all, Helen, the party is here, and we've come alive because everybody in this room has done their part at a county level, welcoming these newcomers that are coming from, they're fleeing all these blue states. So thank you for welcoming them and explaining how things are in Florida. We don't vote, don't New York our Florida. Let's all be focused on that. There you go. You know, the words of Rush Limbaugh, who I miss all the time during lunchtime, we have to defeat liberalism. We can't just get along with them. We have to fight them every day. That's kind of like the Doge effort. The Doge effort is like weeding the garden. It's a never-ending job. And I wish I could say that we could rest on our laurels as Republicans, but it doesn't matter how far ahead we are. we continually have to work.
Congressman
to make it
Fine,
happen.
we are at limit time, but I do wish, just very quickly, a statement on anti-Semitism.
Well, I think you guys got a good example of that today. You know, it is not, thank you. It is not a coincidence the guy I'm the first member of Congress in the 249-year history of the United States to wear a yarmulke on the floor of the House of Representatives. And I don't do that because I think I'm all that religious of a person. I do that because there are hundreds of thousands of Jewish children, not so much in Florida where we've handled this problem, but around the country that are afraid to walk down the street wearing one. That is not the America that I am willing to grow up in, my kids willing to grow up in. I know that it is not the America you are willing to allow our kids to grow up in. And I can assure you of this, for every day that I'm up there, I'm going to continue to fight to make those kids safe.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, give a hand to our great panel. It's why Republicans continue to succeed. Thank you.
Got the most robust legislation in the country when it comes to combating illegal immigration. We're not going to have any sanctuary cities or jurisdictions anywhere in the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Florida Attorney General James Uthmire.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me. I'll tell you what, it's been 6 months on the job as your Attorney General, and we are putting bad guys away left and right. Some of you may remember my first day on the job. My Office of Attorney General started filing briefs in the U.S. Supreme Court and courts across the country defending President Trump's ability. Boo-boo, get this guy out of here. You know what? I think we got to spot an alligator Alcatraz for that guy. So I'll get back where I was. We were filing legal briefs in the Supreme Court and across the country to defend President Trump's ability to fire executive branch officials. One of my greatest pet peeves as a lawyer is over time the courts have limited a president's ability to fire the administrative state. They've set heightened, levels of cause requirements, and I believe this is wrong. The Constitution says that the power of the executive shall lie with the president. Not a little bit of the power, not some of the power, all of the power. And every good boss knows that you cannot be successful if you cannot fire staff that are not doing a good job or that are running counter to your mission. So thankfully, we've been successful in court. The president's been successful in this fight. And finally, the administrative state is being gutted. I tell you, I get a little bit of sick pleasure watching these people in D.C. crying, walking around with their brown boxes, in the streets after they've been let go. It's awesome. We need fewer unelected administrative bureaucrats. We need fewer IRS auditors, and we need more ICE agents. So immediately after President Trump got elected, the governor tasked our state leaders to do anything and everything to help President Trump deliver on his promise to detain and deport as many illegal aliens as possible. And we have been busy in that regard. And I'll tell you, I knew we had problems. I knew illegal immigration had really hurt our country, but it was not till in this job that I have seen firsthand how bad it is. Every day, we are pulling MS-13 members off the streets. Every day, we are finding human traffickers that are criminal aliens. Every day, we are pulling people off the streets that are illegal aliens that are molesting little kids. I'm not kidding you. Every single day. The more we pull, the more we find. Just 3 days ago, I announced the end of a week sting in Central Florida where we busted 48 child predators, 7 illegal aliens. 2 days ago in Palm Beach County, 2 illegal aliens arrested for brutally sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. These are the pains of the Obama-Biden open border policies that we continue to struggle with. And you've got AOC and the Communist Caucus, they just cry for these illegal aliens. They cry at these detention centers, but not for these American victims. They were elected to represent American citizens. And yet here they are crying for illegal immigrants. And it's because they're panicking. They know the jig is up. They thought they were going to take over our country through the open border. Bring in as many people as possible, count them in the census, give heightened electoral power to blue states, try to give them the right to vote. They were going to do all this to change the landscape of the country because they can't win on their arguments. And thanks be to God, President Trump stood in the way, and they didn't get away with it. So working on illegal immigration, working up and down the state with law enforcement, I was meeting with our sheriffs and saying, you know, what do we need? What do we need to be able to better execute on this mission? And they said to me, they said, General, we're arresting thousands of them. We're going to run out of space. Our jails are going to fill up, and we're not going to have anywhere to put these people. So my team started thinking, how do we get some more detention space? I saw President Trump mention, he wanted to open up the original Alcatraz in California. And I don't know if that can be done or not, but it got us thinking, well, we've got this piece of land in Florida that several of our state leaders have been thinking about for many years. What can we do with it? There's an 11,000-foot runway, an abandoned airport, completely surrounded by the swamp. And so the idea came, I think you know what it is. The idea came to be, we put together a little marketing pitch to the federal government, and we said, we've got alligator Alcatraz. And this is going to be far better than the original Alcatraz. We can house thousands of people here. So I had a feeling the federal government would like this idea, but I didn't realize how fast it would become a reality. We rolled out the concept. Within 2 days, I went up and met with leaders at Homeland Security, and they approved it. 2 days later, it was under construction. I know the governor's emergency management team would build it effectively. Nobody deals with emergencies better than them. So a couple days later, it's under construction. A week later, it's built, and the president is there to announce the grand opening. So Alligator Alcatraz is up and running. They've already flown out hundreds of detainees. We're going to get them back where they came from. And it's exactly what we said it would be. It's a one-stop shop. Get them in, get them out. Now, we have let some Democrats go visit after they whined and cried. They wanted to do a tour. So we let them in, and you're not going to believe what they did. They took thermometers and put them up to hot lights to try to dishonestly portray the temperature. This is a true story. It's an air-conditioned facility. It doesn't have to be, but it is. They cried that people have to brush their teeth in the same room where there's toilets. This is what I call a modern-day restroom. This is what they're focused on. Again, not American families that have suffered from the open border crisis, but these political grandstanding to defend criminal aliens, and it is why their party is getting its butt kicked every single day. I'll share with you one other thing on immigration enforcement that I did not have on my bingo card when I started this job. Somebody came forward and told us that her ex-boyfriend had been abusive and that he was here illegally in the country. And she had all the information on him and hoped that we might be able to get him out of the country. Well, I said, absolutely, we can help. So we did detain that individual, and it prompted the idea. I published out on social media, and ICE, blasted it. If you have an ex in the country that's here illegally, we would be happy to help you out. Now, I underestimated the responses we would get. How many people think it was men that were calling? Was not. I will tell you, there is nothing worse than a scorned woman, because we've got thousands of women calling in from across the country, and they're not just telling us the name of the ex. They've got the last 3 known addresses, they've got the date of birth, they've got nicknames. You better believe it, ex-girlfriends have become the new enforcement operation in deporting illegal immigrants. I'll wrap up by telling you one other thing we're doing in the Office of Attorney General. We have opened the first Office of Parents' Rights in the country. Florida's been a leader in parental rights. We've created more protections in law than any other state, but it's not always easy for parents that are aware of a problem to go to court, to figure out how to litigate and fight for these rights. So that's where my office is going to come in. We've got a portal. If you go to our website, you can write to us and let us know about some wrong or an infringement on rights that you're aware of. If you're not having access to curriculum in schools, if you believe your kids are subject to counseling or therapies behind your back, which unfortunately is still a very scary reality in this state, we will go and we will fight for your rights, and we will shut that down. Thank you. Since we launched that office, we've received dozens and dozens of complaints, and almost all have had merit. So we have taken legal action against many counties in the state that continue to try to push porn and harmful behavior in libraries, counties that continued. We fought back against counties that have continued to try to allow kids to decide what bathroom to go in based on their own identity. Not going to happen. We fought back against districts and schools that want to subject kids to counseling and give them surveys behind the backs of parents where they ask questions about what their parents are talking to them about, where they ask questions about, their parents allowing them to discuss sexual transitions and gender identity and these very warped things. That's not okay. That is not legal in Florida. We have fought it. In every case we've taken in this new office, we have won. We are undefeated. So if you don't know about me, I've got 3 beautiful little kids and a lovely wife, Jean. She's my ticket to heaven if I can hold on. And they are what motivate me every single day. I'm just trying to get to the back porch at the end of the day to spend time with them. And so protecting our kids is going to be my number one priority for every day I'm allowed to be in this job. We continue to go after child predators. We've put dozens and dozens away since I've been in office. and we will continue. We will get every demented, heinous person off the streets that we can with every moment that I have to fight. And I will promise you this, with every day I have, I will fight to be the most conservative Attorney General you've ever had. I will fight to kick the left in the teeth with all of my might every single day. And I will do what is right and just, no matter what, and leave the rest to God. So I will be on the ballot next year. If you want somebody that's soft on crime, that's lenient, that wants illegal immigrants to get an easy way out, I am absolutely not your guy. So I'll conclude with just one story I want to share that really struck me recently. We worked on a child rescue operation. We got wind of some kids that were being trafficked, sent law enforcement undercover, continued to follow breadcrumbs and expand the scope of the rescue. And it wasn't until the day that we actually busted everybody that we found out how many kids were really in peril. And we ended up rescuing 60 kids, the largest rescue operation in the history of the country. And one of the kids, a teenager, I think 15 years old, she was pregnant from an assailant. And when we got her in our custody, she was able to have an ultrasound done for the first time and hear that heartbeat, which so many of you can remember. And she said something that was so profound. This is a woman that's been through hell and back. I mean, the things that happened to her, you just can't even think about. And she said, you know what? I knew there was a baby inside me. And as I was going through all of that, it was the only thing that kept me wanting to stay alive. It was the only thing that kept me going. Those are the stories that make these jobs so rewarding. Absolutely. We're doing the Lord's work. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping our party strong. Thank you for fighting to keep our state safe, strong, and free. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying the 2025 Florida Freedom Forum. We wanted to let you know there is lunch available for sale in the lobby from 11:30 to 1:30. At this time, please welcome our next speaker, Cliff Maloney, CEO of Citizens Alliance and founder of Pennsylvania Chase.
Howdy how, how's everybody doing today? Why is a guy from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia to be specific, here talking to Floridians and standing between you and lunch? We'll get to Scott Pressler in a minute. We'll get to that. I got to start by saying Alligator Alcatraz. Congratulations, Florida. We got to get one of those up in Philadelphia real soon. I'm working on that. Look, I want to take a couple minutes, and I want to start by saying thank you to Evan and the team, but more importantly, thank you to all of you. Most people don't know this, but the playbook that we used to win Pennsylvania, a large part of that came from Florida. And I mean that. And that's why the team wanted me to come and kind of tell that story. Obviously, you guys can brag. Florida's been a great win for us the last couple of cycles, but Pennsylvania being the largest swing state, us taking the playbook of Florida to use that to win. I want to walk you through how that happened. So in 2016, I was working for Rand Paul when he was running for Senate. So as many people know, Rand was running for president. Your former governor, Jeb Bush, I'm sure we got a lot of Jeb fans here. Jeb was running. And then Trump gets in, and all of a sudden, everybody's poll numbers seem to follow Trump coming down the escalator. Not his, but everybody else. So I worked on Rand's Senate reelection because that same year he had to run for reelect to get back into the Senate. So he drops out of the presidential, we go back and we help him out. And there was something that we learned on that campaign. And that was, even though Democrats are down 10 points, we rely heavily on all the volunteers and all the TV and all the radio and all the ads. They have these paid community organizers, the Soros-funded on the left. These are full-time people. This is groundwork. The left does not play games. They just continue. This is a full-time gig for them. And in 2016, I kind of watched this. Rand still won the state. It's a great night. President Trump was elected for the first time. But we learned that we need to start doing what the left is doing. So I started this battle to go out and say, hey, why don't we pay individuals, and why don't we put these ground teams out there pounding on doors and trying to get our people elected? And in 2018, a few people were interested. But 2020, something very special happened. The coronavirus. You guys familiar with that? I know it didn't really hit Florida, but for the rest of the country, it was a pretty big deal. And what did COVID produce in terms of political realities? One, we realized that Ron DeSantis was the best governor in America in 2020. And two, everyone started saying, hold on, who certifies the elections? It's actually the state legislators. These legislatures are in charge of certifying it during the whole legal battle. And so COVID really produced those new rules for voting in a lot of the states, and it made people realize that we can't just focus on these big federal races. We also have to get involved at the state level. And so that's what we learned from that. The problem in Pennsylvania is when they changed the rules in 2020, they allowed for 50 days of mail-in voting. Not election day, not election weekend, not election week, not election month. We have election season in Pennsylvania. 50 days. And everybody in this room, except maybe a few, would have agreed with Trump, as I did, which was to say in 2020, no, vote on election day. It's the most secure way to vote. We all said that. We didn't chase any ballots. We didn't go door to door. We encouraged everybody to vote on that one single day, while the Democrats had 50 days to vote. That's like me having a sales competition and saying to you, hey, you're going to have 50 days to make sales, but your colleague's going to have one day. And that's like us saying, it better be a very good day. It's tough. It's going to be very difficult to win. 2021, we said, you know what? We got crushed in 2020 with the mail stuff. Let's see if the courts will fix it. No way. 2022 in Pennsylvania, guess what? We actually lost the state house. So everybody said that the legislators would fix it. No way. 2023, we got punched in the mouth. We got beat so bad by mail-in ballots in 2023 that we all looked in the mirror and said, what are we going to do? And when I say bad, think about this. Republicans, since they changed the rules, I'm not counting 2024, we'll get to that good news, Republicans have averaged 20% versus the Democrat 80% when you look at the mail-in voting, actual votes that come in for each candidate. You're going into the election down 20 to 80. Now, let me say this before I get the naysayers in the room. I hate mail-in ballots. Now, the New York Times gave me a bunch of crap for this because I announced that while I was the mail-in ballot guy for Trump in the largest swing state. Trump's PA mail-in ballot guy says, quote, I hate mail-in ballots. I do. I'm not an advocate for them. I want a single day, heck, paper ballots, hand count, no machines, count me in. And I need to get that out there so you hear it, but those are not the rules. And the reason that Florida was our playbook is it was one of the only states where Republicans had adapted to understand how do we use this to our advantage? How do we get people to vote by mail, to vote early, and to make sure we compete and not have to fully rely on Election Day? Now understand this, the people that we targeted in Pennsylvania, They were not election day voters that we were trying to get to vote by mail. That doesn't change any of your totals. The objective is to take those that are Trump supporters, Republican supporters, and make them voters. These are low propensity. Everybody in this room knows that term. People that are unlikely to vote. How do you get them that are unlikely to vote because you know if they vote, they're going to vote for our team? See, the Democrats understood this. In Pennsylvania in 2020, there's roughly 1 million Democrats and 1 million Republicans that were not going to vote. They're registered. We have registration by party, but all of the data would tell you they're not likely to vote. And what did the Democrats do? They didn't waste their time on election day voters. They went to every one of those low propensity voters, or could be voters, with a request form. And they said, hey, Bob, fill this out. We'll get a ballot sent to you. Out of all of those low propensity, 7 out of 10 that requested a ballot voted. You want to know how Joe Biden allegedly had 2 million mail-in votes in Pennsylvania in 2020? They went to every single person that never votes, that is registered Democrat. Whether they did it legally or not, we can have coffee and discuss, but they made sure every one of those people got a ballot to their door, and then 7 out of every 10 sent it back. That was their playbook. And so we looked here in Florida. And you might say, well, how did I get started doing this? You know, what kind of got us in this situation? Well, in 2023, I get a phone call. Anybody here know Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA? He's pretty well known in our circles. So Charlie's team reaches out and says, hey, listen, Turning Point is going to do Arizona and Wisconsin. And I'm talking about states where the rules have changed to allow for chasing or harvesting ballots. Okay, I'm not talking registration. Anybody here know Scott Pressler, registration guru? So everyone says, oh, you were in PA on the ground. Like, did you run into Scott Pressler? Yeah, how do you think we chased all the votes? He had to register them all so that we could chase them. So Charlie calls and says, look, he says, we're doing Arizona, we're doing Wisconsin, but I have a little bit of a problem. And that is that MAGA world and Trump world have Pennsylvania as the number one target for a flip for the swing states. 19 electoral college votes, 96.1% chance that whoever won Pennsylvania would win the White House. And he says, I got to go back to the team at Mar-a-Lago. You know, I'm talking to Turning Point folks. They're like, we got to have a plan where we have Pennsylvania covered. And he said, look, you've been screaming about this since 2016 when it comes to knocking doors. He says, you talked about Florida a lot, you know, being down there, analyzing what they're doing. You've got a group, Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania, that's already set up. You're from Philadelphia. My right-hand man is from Kutztown, PA. And so they're like, this is perfect. Charlie's like, I don't want to raise money for this. I got my own 2 states to worry about. So I said, Charlie, I need your written endorsement. I need Trump's endorsement. I need help raising the $3 million to go out and knock 500,000 doors by hiring 120 full-time people. He said, yes, yes, and good luck. I got my own money to raise. Thanks, Charlie. So we launched this program. We called it the PA Chase, and it was simple. 10 Airbnbs across Pennsylvania, 124 full-time people, and our goal was to knock 500,000 doors. Now, here's where I broke the rules. And you guys should push every politician, every organization, heck, even the state party. Push them on this. Ask for a measurable objective. Not just going out and knocking 500,000 doors. That's action. It's good action. It's patriotic. We appreciate the people that did that. But what is actually going to measure success? Don't just say, oh, Trump winning the state. Well, that's easy. So what we did is we went out and we said, Trump got 20% of the mail-in versus Biden. If we could get him to 33% of the mail-in versus Harris, he can't lose. Not he'd win, he cannot lose. We knew 30% we'd still likely win, but 33% versus Harris, we knew we couldn't lose. And so I broke the rules and I went out there and went public with that. Now, why was that bad? Because every political consultant came to me and said the same thing. Cliff, if you don't hit that 33%, it could be real bad for you. Meaning, you know, it'd be embarrassing, right? Nobody would want to work with me. They wouldn't want us to do our door programs. And I just kind of said, look, but what if we do hit it? What if we do hit it? That is an honest number. I'd rather be honest and give an objective that everybody can follow. Everybody can see the results of what ballots came in by mail, how many here, how many there. Were we at 33%? So we were on the ground for 2.5 months. Like I said, 10 Airbnbs. We knocked 510,000 doors against Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump. I'm happy to report to you guys here today, Donald Trump got 34.5% of the mail-in votes and won Pennsylvania. Now, my one joke for the day is I could not believe how much hate we got from MSNBC and CNN, and people think, oh, of course you would, but no, it's different. I'm a door-knocking guy, right? I'm not the guy out there who's, pontificating or debating, and for them to just try to destroy some of our door knockers, these kids are patriots that are out there going door to door, the lies. My Twitter account was on CNN, Erin Burnett, what the heck's her show, Primetime or whatever, for like 10 minutes, just going after us because we had found a house with 42 Democrat addresses, and the woman that answered the door said nobody lived here. And they were calling us fraudsters, and it's like, what are you talking about? What we said was honest and true, and guess what? Come to find out, there were some issues at that address, but it gave them their talking point. So my one joke is, a mentor of mine said this once, they say if you want a friend in politics to get a dog. Well, 2024 really taught me that there is a new definition to politics. And a lot of people think, it's for the good of the country, or it's public policy, or creating rules. But the truth is, poly, from the Greek meaning many, and ticks, which are blood-sucking creatures like the Democrats. That's what I learned this past year. All right, I want to end with a pledge to you guys, and once again, I want to thank Evan, the whole team. I want to say, Florida, you guys just keep doubling down on what you're doing. We took your playbook. We understood how to get people to understand and to educate them about voting by mail, about voting early, and it really paid off in PA. Next year, we've got a governor's race in Pennsylvania. It's going to be very difficult. But the one thing we learned also from Florida is that you cannot take time off. And so what we're doing now, talking to Vance's people, talking to other people within the party, we're not taking a year off. Okay, this PA Chase program, we're working from 2028 backwards. And so what I'll announce here today is in 2028, we're going to knock 1 million doors. In 2027, we're going to do the 500,000 again. In 2026, we're going to do 750,000 doors. But even this year, we have over 10,000 elections on the ballot in Pennsylvania this November. And the reason it's important that we keep this going is we want permanent infrastructure. Florida taught us that you cannot let off the gas. And so what we're doing this year is we're focused. We've got 3 different retention races. We've got 2 statewide judicial races. And like I said, thousands of school board, county races across Pennsylvania. But let me just end with, these were our 2 options. One, you take the year off while Soros and the Democrats have 100 people full-time round the clock. You give up all the gains from 2024. And then you come back in 2026, you're behind the 8 ball, you're like, all right, let's go. We're going to figure this out. We'll make up the difference. I don't want to do that anymore. As Republicans, as conservatives, we need to be done with that. Match the Democrats, fight fire with fire, and beat them at their own game. That has to be our mantra moving forward. And my pledge to you today is that I am going to work my ass off to make Pennsylvania the next Florida. You guys gave us the playbook. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists, Representative Toby Overdorf, Representative Michelle Salzman, Representative Hillary Cassell, and back to moderate again, Helen Ferre, former Executive Director of the Republican Party of Florida.
Well, thank you all. You know, I I had such a good time moderating the congressional panel, I said, let's do it for our state Florida legislators too. Thank you all for being here. There are so many important things that we have accomplished with the Republican Party of Florida and through our state legislature. And one of the things that's going to be a huge topic that poll after poll after poll shows really resonates with voters is an issue related to property taxes. It's undeniable that we have been victims of our great success here in Florida, where we've had so many people move into our great state, yet at the same time, it's also made property values go up in enormous, if not alarming numbers, and affordability becomes an issue. Representative Overdorf, how is the legislature going to handle?
Well, Helen, thank you for having us, first of all. Please call me Toby.
Thank you.
And I'm the only Toby in the Florida House, or actually probably the only Toby in Florida government. But that being said, I represent District 85, which is, of course, Martin and St. Lucie County on the East Coast. And I have a co-chair, Vicki Lopez, of the Special Task Force on Property Taxes for the state of Florida. And I can tell you that we're looking at property taxes incredibly hard. Everything is on the table right now. Literally everything is on the table, whether that is a much larger homestead exemption. And we had one proposal that was one of our original proposals looking at a $500,000 homestead exemption up to $1 million. But when we look at that, we have to look at something across the state of Florida as well. So that would be great for whether it's Miami-Dade County. But then I have some other representatives that may be in a more rural area, and they're saying to me, well, Toby, there's homes in our district that don't even hit $500,000. So that would literally wipe out our entire tax roll if we went ahead and did that. We've also seen that across the state of Florida, right now, approximately $60 billion is taken in by property taxes every single year. This has risen over the last several years, where we have $17 billion over the last 3 years. This has risen by. This is unsustainable. And what we're also seeing out there is that municipalities are constantly raising the property values by the maximum possible. So if you're in a homestead, that's 3%. If you're in non-homestead property, that's 10%. Well, what happens with rent every single year when we raise those non-homesteaded properties by 10%? That's passed on to whoever the renter is. We have a tremendous need for affordable housing, yet we're increasing rent every time. We also have a huge need when we're looking at new housing and looking at those opportunities. Yet we also have out there that a lot of municipalities are raising impact fees, they're raising mobility fees. There's a certain municipality right now that's contemplating $45,000 for your impact fees prior to even putting a shovel in the ground. So why don't we take potentially a way that we can balance the impact fees in that new home with property taxes that somebody's going to be coming into that? Maybe there's an offset there. Right now we also have an area where we have portability. Portability is a big issue. How many people are literally stuck in their homes right now out there because they don't want to go somewhere else? They have a $500,000 value or a percentage of that value, and we need to possibly double or triple that portability side so that you could get out of your home, increase the real estate market, and then move on from there. But wait, there's more. So also looking at on portability.
It's an infomercial.
Also looking at portability, you have going from county to county, we need to make sure that that money is following the person.
Right.
And we're not necessarily seeing that every single time where if somebody moves from Okaloosa County to Palm Beach County, is that actually following and is it doing it in the right manner and quickly? And finally, our property appraisers as well. There are some major issues out there of how they're assessing the properties across the board. Is it the same whether it's in Orange County or Miami-Dade or in my county in Martin County? So these are all the different things we're looking at. We are trying to get input from anybody and everybody. Again, I'm the only Toby in the Florida House, so please email me if you have ideas. I'm telling you right now, nothing is off the table at this point in time. Our committee is looking at every possible way that we can be reducing property taxes and putting money back into the hands of Floridians. So I'd love to hear from you.
So Toby, and thank you for allowing me to call you Toby, because you deserve your title, you've earned it. Are you looking at just homesteaded properties, or are you looking at commercial as well? How are you looking at this?
Great question. We're actually looking at both. Thank you for that. The non-homestead side, we raise by 10% every single year. So what happens if we lower that to say maybe 5% per year instead? That then gives a bit of predictability for businesses. It gives predictability for the second homeowner that may be out there. And then we also have to look at the enforcement of homestead as well. Right now, there's a lot of people out there that are saying, oh, I live in Florida and I'm homesteaded, yet they're here for 2 weeks of the year. Is that fair to people that are here 52 weeks and are really putting in that money? So that's something we're looking at. But yes, we're definitely looking at the non-homestead side as well, because I think that is where we're having a tremendous amount of industry coming into the state of Florida, and we have to make sure that that industry can have something that we know that there is going to be a long pathway for them to be here. They know that financially that their investment is X, and it's not going to be X plus 10 every single year.
Yeah, they need stability. The economy needs stability. The citizens, the businesses, it's all about stability. You know, a lot of things that happens, you know, not necessarily this year, last year, or even since I've been in the legislature, but it happens when people get a big idea, they just jump on it, they immediately do something, and it just messes everything up. And I can tell you, as a staunch conservative, if we roll taxes back and it messes things up, I'm not going to vote for a tax increase. So we've got to get it right, because there's a lot of us, like Toby is one of them. We're not going to say, oh, let's raise taxes because we lowered them too low. Absolutely not. So it's important that we get it right the first time, so that we make sure that not only are we saving you money, because it's not right that you pay rent on your home that you own, that if you don't pay your property tax, you could lose your house. When I was in my late 20s, my father, my own dad, was at risk of losing his home. He owned it, but he couldn't afford the taxes every year, and he was not quite right. You know, he wasn't able to understand the bills that were coming in the mail, and before I knew it, we were in a big pickle. So this happens usually to the most vulnerable, or the ones that are affected by these taxes on things that we own. So it just doesn't seem fair that we hold American citizens, Floridians, hostage with property taxes. So I love what you're doing. I refer everybody over to Toby when they ask me what's happening. I say, please get with Toby Overdorf. Representative Overdorf is working hard to figure it out, and I can promise you that the Florida legislature, at least in the House side, we are not going to stop. Toby is a dog with a bone. He is not going to give up. There will be legislation. You do not have to worry. We are going to keep fighting this fight until we get it done. But we are trying really hard to be diligent and just really look at things in a meaningful way. Like, you just saw him say a lot of stuff, and a lot of it went right over my head. I'm like, I don't know about this, but that's good. You want people to be diving in and to really understand what they're doing, because the implications of this are massive. Your safety and your infrastructure and your communities depend on this tax. So how do we fix that? How do we cost shift that to the citizens? And how do we remove that government waste? Like, there's a lot of wasteful spending. I just spent 15 minutes with, first of all, who doesn't love our Attorney General? Holy cow, great guy. We just spent 15 minutes talking about a tax we have in Escambia County and how it just didn't seem right, and how can we fix that? So we're all on the same page here. We all just want to help make this right for Floridians, and it's nice that we have a whole group of people like you, Toby, that are diving in to really understand it and not just checking a box so they can say that they did it. We want to do it right for you, and when we have somebody like Toby, we're going to get it done. I believe that.
And I apologize. I just want to jump in one more time here. When we're looking also, and thank you for reminding me about this, but in property tax, we're not looking at replacement. There are states out there right now, Texas, for instance, is actually getting rid of portions of property taxes, increasing their homestead, but guess what? They're replacing it with a higher sales tax instead.
Yep.
So Florida is certainly going to lead the way on this. As we have in so many issues, we're going to be leading the way on tax policy as well. I can make one promise to you, and that is next fall we will have something on the ballot that will be going constitutionally. We will also have additional bills that are going to be coming forward in dealing with property tax, no doubt about it. That is one thing that the House, Speaker Perez, is absolutely focused on, and with the support of the Senate and the governor, I think that we're going to get something done. I'm really excited about that. I'm sure that you'll see many of us going around the state and talking about whatever the constitutional amendment is. Stay tuned on that. We're going to be having a lot of meetings this fall, and into that first week of session is when we're going to be proposing that bill. So I look forward to any and all feedback from y'all.
And Representative Cassell, both you and I come from South Florida. We've seen those property values go sky high. The impact is going to be immense. It's also a part of the American dream, right? I mean, if we don't restore affordability in being able to purchase your first home, or your last home, as you said, I'm Representative Overdorf, you deserve your title, Toby, but you know, it's really critical that we get it right, not only for the younger generations, but for our boomer generation too.
Absolutely, and you hit the nail on the head. I mean, living in South Florida, obviously we've seen such an influx and increase, as we have across the state, of people moving to the state for everything that we have to offer. And I'm just so fortunate. I actually get to serve on this committee, and I've had the opportunity to meet with my cities and my counties to get a better understanding of what these funds are being utilized for. I think what people don't realize is most of these cities and counties, 60% of it goes to fund public safety. So making sure we solve this problem, get it right, where our local municipalities and our counties can still serve the public, but also giving back to Floridians and making sure that they can stay in their home, and this isn't something that's going to prevent them from either buying that home or staying in that home is something we are extremely focused on, and getting it right in the house so we don't have to come back and fix it in 2 years.
But I also get a sense that local government officials have to be concerned, and they have to be asking you the same
they're
question.
fine with all this.
I wouldn't call it concerned.
Yeah.
I would call it opposed, if I'm being real. But they're also opposed to term limits, so we won't go there.
Yeah, but you know, when you look at it, so what is the purpose of local government? And one of the things is safety and security, infrastructure, and a big proportion goes to schools as well.
Yep.
So it's those three functions. If you want to pay for a museum, that's not a critical need. But you really do have to get back to basics of what the critical needs of local government. Isn't that in a way part of this big debate of what we're looking at philosophically as well as economically?
It's not even philosophical. It just is what it is. People have, it's a machine, and it's just like the federal government. Every year it gets bigger and bigger. The machine gets bigger. It's harder to unwind because it's money, and there's so many greedy hands in the pot. Oh, if we do this tax, we can get this. Oh, if we take this one. That's exactly what I was talking to the Attorney General about. You know, when you have people that have been there for a decade or more, and they're in charge of the money, they have developed relationships with people that benefit from these contracts. They benefit from your taxes. They don't want to see your taxes go away because they want to have the ability to take that money and fund whatever project. And like you said, a lot of it is slush funds. It's for nonprofit operations. It's for museums, and I love museums, but that's why you have outside support organizations doing that.
You have philanthropy.
It is not the operational priority of the government to be doing these things, and we have to shift the narrative. We have to change the mindset of the communities that we're serving so they can see that you can fund that through other means. If I'm not paying all these property taxes, maybe I'll be able to give you that money at that gala. You know?
But you know what Democrats are going to do? Florida Dems, as small they are in numbers, Florida Dems are going to come and say, you're hitting law enforcement. The ambulance isn't going to make it to your house. so on and so forth.
Right.
So
they already use that narrative. But first of all, ambulances are self-funded through another means. You have to pay for that ambulance. That's not going to come through a tax. But you're right. I mean, the police department, the fire departments, those things are critically funded. We have to fund those. But if we stop funding all of these other, how about the retirement that a lot of these county commissioners get and city commissioners get? How about the benefits that we're providing? Yeah, the pensions, all of these things that we're doing. Why are we funding all of these things at $500,000 for somebody that served 12 years, but we can't even fund our firefighters that literally risk their lives every day to keep us safe? You know, absolutely. Like, we have the wrong priorities at our local government level, and they get mad at us when we preempt them at the state level. But we go to these meetings with people like you that are making this happen, and you guys are mad. You're like, why aren't we funding this? And the legislature is not in charge of that.
We've also seen that there are some constitutional officers out there right now that 40 to 60% of their budget is for people that don't work there anymore. Correct. And that is a huge number.
What is
so
that?
We're going to have some very uncomfortable conversations coming up. And you have to have uncomfortable conversations in Florida in order to grow.
That's right.
In order to get down a path where possibilities can happen. So I think that we're going to be having those uncomfortable conversations. Apparently we're good at it in the House.
That's right. Let's go.
And we're able to have a lot of different ideas that are out there. So that's going to be something that's going to be coming up. We're also going to be really trying to have conversations with our local governments. They recently, through the CFO's office, have given a huge list of financial obligations that they have. You're seeing doging happening throughout our counties.
That's right.
And we're also getting reports back from the counties as how they use property taxes. So we're seeing that property taxes only anywhere between 10% to as high as 98% of any municipality's budget. So it's a wide variety.
Right.
And that's one of the huge things that we're going to be looking at is how do we deal with that, and how do we do it, I hate to use the word, but I have to, equitably across our state.
I mean, imagine if you've got one community that's doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we need more to do it like that.
Correct.
We really do. And I'd like to just take a moment, if you don't mind, to commend everybody in the audience. Thank you so much for being the hands and feet. Thank you for being the ones that are out there driving the message and doing all the hard work, because people like us would never be here without you that are out there today. So just know that we value all of the work that you're putting into this, your feedback. We would not be doing this special committee if it wasn't for all of you reaching out to us and telling us this is what you want us to be doing. So we're taking that seriously. We're looking at it. We are going to take action. And it is because of you that we're doing this. I mean,
we have the best grassroots organization in Florida, in our country. Florida continues to lead, which is so important.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for bringing that out. And you mentioned, Toby, that, you know, the House certainly was full of energy and very bubbly and ideas and so on. There is unanimity there is consensus.
Yes.
With all branches that within the Republican Party of, at least within the Republican Party of Florida, that property taxes must be dealt with and will be dealt with in this coming year.
Like I said, I can guarantee you one thing. We will have a constitutional amendment next fall, and we will have an opportunity to put money back into Floridians' pockets. Those are the two guarantees I can give you. What that is going to look like entirely, I will say stay tuned.
Absolutely. And also, for rural counties, they're going to be left unharmed in the process. Because as you said, if you put up a number of, let's say, a homestead exemption of that's above a property value, Representative Cassell, you know, you look at this, Broward has some areas that are rural. So.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why this conversation requires such a thoughtful approach, because we want to make sure that we get it right across the board for all Floridians, and this isn't going to be a one-step approach or one way to look at this. We need to make sure that what we implement helps all Floridians in this space. So that's why we are taking the time that we are in the House to be thoughtful and to make sure whatever we pass is going to help all Floridians.
Absolutely, which is so important. Another thing that we look at when we look at government efficiency has to do with DOGE. And DOGE is absolutely fundamental.
I love it. I love it. I've told James, come to Pensacola like tomorrow. I texted the Attorney General. I said, Escambia County would love to have you. Let's go. Like,
so do you think DOGE should be something that should be applied uniformly for all, or should it be done voluntarily?
I first of all, and then I'm sure Toby, I see Toby, he's got that posture, he's ready to go. He's like a dog with a bone again. But I think that...
Well, you can't see me. I am too. I'm ready.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I think that what you do is, and I'm not our great Attorney General, whom I love very much, but I think what we need to do is we need to look at every single county with a cursory review, just a few key overlooks. Okay, is there anything there that triggers a need for more conversation? And then you have the counties that are like, hey, pick me, or where there was a serious red flag in previous years or instances, and you say, okay, let's go look at that. And I think the dive in and the peeling away at the onion really is like any investigation. If you don't see anything there, then stop.
Right.
If, don't unnecessary, because then you need to be done.
Don't be disruptive.
Yeah. So I think that it's an onion with layers, and we just keep peeling away, and as we find these issues, we address them accordingly. And I think each of them is going to be unique. Every community is unique. There might be a need to fund 20 extra firefighters in this area versus this area, or maybe there's a need for more hospital. I mean, I think that we have to go at this in a way where we're looking at the community as a community and not a checkbox, which is how we got here in the first place. We just started checking boxes and just adding more layers because it fit the box, but we never took time to really dive in and say, is this meaningful to tax these people?
Well, Michelle, you're exactly right, because the Department of Revenue is required to review every constitutional officer budget. There is a check and balance that's there, and that comes back and forth. But has anybody really said, okay, this is what's happened last year. Yes, you've checked the box. Right. Now we're diving into it. So I'm so glad you said that. That is an area, and it's holding people accountable for the decisions that they're making. And frankly, they're spending your money. Somebody needs to be held accountable for spending your money. And that's what we're really taking a look at here.
And I know a lot of Republican mayors, and I also know commissioners, Republican commissioners, who really want DOGE to come in.
Absolutely.
Who are very serious, as concerned as they might be or opposed about property taxes. But I've spoken to many mayors who are saying, we would like to address this issue. Our constituents talk to us about it. But it's the Democrats that really impede the process. Representative Cassell, you switched parties. You were a Democrat, and now you are a Republican. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, her dad is very proud.
Good.
He's a staunch Republican.
So what was that journey like, and what was the last straw?
So the journey wasn't as long as some people think. First and foremost, I come from a conservative family. My mom was a Republican elected official, so I grew up in a Republican house, and my parents often say, well, we don't know why you became a Democrat. That was they call it my rebellious period. But, for me, the biggest straw as a woman of Jewish faith, being in the Florida House of Representatives shortly after the October 7th attack, Congressman Fine, who all just heard from, had a resolution that was a very pro-Israel resolution. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, a Democratic colleague filed an opposition resolution that talked about occupied Palestine and no mention of hostages. And it was really a moment for me where I was placed in a position of not only defending my community, which has a very large Jewish population, but really speaking for my family and what this moment in time really meant. And that moment of having to combat what I thought was my party and my people really was just such an eye-opening moment for me to really then take a look at everything else that was being messaged and everything else that the party stood for. And I just could no longer do it. I could no longer stand in a party that I felt didn't honor my values, honor my beliefs, and at a time when I believed, similar to 9/11, we should be coming together to support our biggest ally and oppose terrorism. They weren't, and I was the one that was made to feel as though I was in the wrong for standing up and speaking my truth. And that was really the unraveling, so to speak, of thank you. And as Toby's mentioned, he's met my family, he's met my father, and my father is very happy to have me home, as he likes to say. But you all have been so amazing. I have received such a warm welcome to the party, so I just want to thank all of you. It's really been an honor to live sort of in my authentic truth and be a part of such a great team.
Well, we're so glad that you are here with us today. And I think one of the things that some people don't understand about anti-Semitism is that it doesn't really have to do that much with the Jewish state as it has to do with everything that goes to the principles of Judeo-Christian, heritage philosophy, and it affects absolutely all of us.
Yep.
So thank you so much for making that bold decision. Couldn't have been easy, but we're glad to have you here.
Listen, I believe I'm here to live my truth, and at the end of the day, I have one life to live, and I needed to be in my authentic self and stand up for the principles and values that I hold true, and at the same time represent a district that I feel I have the ability to represent them in a way that they've never been represented before, and be effective for them. And those two things, living my truth and being an effective legislator, are the two reasons why I do this job.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. So one of the things we see that Florida's doing so great, so well, and that is that we lead the nation on a number of issues. We lead the nation on education. We've got a great education panel coming behind us, but we're also leading in our support for President Trump's important initiatives and policies. Immigration, Representative Salzman, is one of those things that we're leading on. Why are other states so hesitant to be supportive, to be engaged, to be a part of the solution? What are we getting right, and why are they getting it wrong?
Well, I think it's a good segue of what we just talked about. It's all about terrorism. It's all about anti-America. All of this is anti-American. When you look at the Free Palestine movement, when you look at all of these illegals coming across the border, it's all about other countries infiltrating ours and just diminishing Old Glory. I mean, America is literally the beacon of hope for everybody, and over the past few years of another regime, we have seen America fall to its knees. We fell to our knees, and we were just in a very fragile state. We're still in a fragile state. We're still trying to pick up the pieces. Guys, this open border put all of these crazy radicals in our country that were for what is Free Palestine? What is that? I mean, I was at a loss for words. I get so passionate. Toby's ready to punch me if I say something inappropriate. But it really, I served my country. I put that uniform on, I donned that gear, I held that weapon, and I said, I love America. What are we saying to Americans that serve their country when we let these terrorists into our nation and do things like protest America, burn our flag? I never thought I would see this day. So when we say what is going on in America, why aren't other states doing it right? We still have so many of these radicals all over there. They were in here earlier. They're everywhere. Guys, they don't love America. If they love America, if they stood for freedom, they'd be standing with the Republican Party right now.
Some other things that we've followed, and we've really led the way in Florida and have supported President Trump. You look at Chinese land ownership within the state of Florida.
Right. Absolutely.
That's an area that we took a precedent on.
I think we were the first state to move.
We absolutely were.
We absolutely were.
We took a hard stance on men going into ladies' bathrooms. We also looked at DEI.
Girls' sports.
Yep. We looked at ESG as well, was another area there. All of these different things we looked at. Florida led the way, and we've been a part of that as we've gone through. I have been very blessed in my 7 years as a legislator to have so many of these things come through, have had great speakers along the way that have led that way and led that conservative nature. It's been just an honor to be able to serve that and support the president at the same time. I had the honor of meeting President Trump at Lake Okeechobee during his first term. You realize that he was the first president to go to Lake Okeechobee since Teddy Roosevelt. Wow. Very first president. Wow. Exactly. So here's a president that is changing the dialogue associated with being a Republican and working in the environment. And he's been supported by great work by Governor DeSantis, and that will continue as we go on to a next administration, Byron Donalds, and working towards.
I know we love Byron, but I would like to pause on that for a moment. Let's pause on that for a moment. Why is Florida doing it right? Because we have a governor that took on national initiatives at the state level his first term. Governor DeSantis paved the way. We created the platform to do the things we're doing now. The only reason why we have the detention center that we have is because the Florida legislature a couple of years ago, under Paul Renner, our speaker, who will be up here with the great Commissioner Stotzi in a little while, as well as Governor DeSantis, we said, we foresee a need to create infrastructure so we can respond in a swift way to the things that might be coming into America. Like you said, the Chinese owning the land. We were the first state to send people to Texas to help fight at the border a few years ago. I was there with the governor. We sent off that first team of troopers over there to protect the border. Why is Florida so good at it? Because we've been doing this for years. We have been paving the way to fix this country for years. We have a governor who has a site that is much larger than Florida. We have the president who lives in the state of Florida. So we have all of the infrastructure in place to lead the way, which is why we are so fortunate to be doing all of these things that we're doing. Why aren't other states doing it? That's a good question.
And I guess it's because when you look at the governor and we look at great legislators as yourselves, and we saw with our congressional panel as well, and with our attorney general and everyone who's going to be following us speaking, we lead boldly.
Yes, we do.
And we lead with principle. And that's what makes all the difference in the world. We're not squishes. We're trying to do the right thing and getting things accomplished. So when we look at this and we look at all that you've been in the legislature 7 years, what's the Florida statute or law that you are most proud of?
Well, I want to go back while they're thinking on that. I want to go back to this.
He's going to need time to think, so you go ahead.
I do want to go back to this because Florida leads the way. Florida paved the way. The legislature paved the way. The great governor paved the way. But you know why we were able to do that? Because you guys believed in us. You went out there, you got more registered Republicans, you got more people to get to those polls. We couldn't do that alone. These bold initiatives needed the numbers to do the voting. So I can't stress that enough. We need you. We appreciate you.
Well, you're right that the bold initiatives really generate from the feedback and the information we get from our grassroots right here.
Exactly.
Which is why we are so appreciative for the time and effort you come and the treasure you bring on multiple levels to be able to come here to give us ideas, to help us understand what's going on at the local community.
Okay, Toby,
what law are you most proud of?
Go, Toby.
To be honest with you, there's two of them. I can't just narrow it down to one.
Go
I've had a lot of great success. First of all, the work in human trafficking that I've been able to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's very tangible. Florida is literally leading the way now in our fight against human trafficking. Senator Moody was just such a great partner with that. So as you go along the Turnpike or 95, you go into a restroom, you'll see a sign there that says awareness of human trafficking. That was my very first bill to be able to do that. And that then has led to so much more in being able to fight this scourge that has happened across.
And so much affects children. It's just
100%, absolutely. And speaking of children, the other bill would be last year's House Bill 3. And that basically dealt with, again, looking at children online and looking at ways that we can, number one, limit social media for kids, but number two, make sure that underage are not on social media. This then went to the U.S. Supreme Court. It was recently went in our favor, so that now is becoming a law that will absolutely keep kids out of pornography, keep kids, I mean, right now, you're looking at 10, 11, even 8-year-olds that the first time they see anything is on a phone or something like that. So we have to protect our kids, allow kids to be kids. I'm very proud of that legislation.
Representative Cassell.
So I echo Toby's sentiments on HB3. That was a bill that was so incredible and so on the forefront of thinking. And as a mother to a 9-year-old son, it makes my life so much easier to be able to say to him, sorry, it's the law. you can't have this, you know, on your phone. And then he looks at me because he's very smart and he goes, yeah, but you voted for it, you know? And I'm like, well, you can blame me. But I think that is such a tool that we need as parents to be able to protect our children from the harms that are out there on social media. And obviously, again, going back to Israel, for me, something that was extremely special to me was this past legislative session. I expanded on our anti-boycott, divestment, and sanctions of Israel legislation to protect our colleges, our universities, so we don't see the same things that we've seen happen across the country, to make sure that Israel knows that it continues to have an ally in the state of Florida and that we will not support any attempts to boycott or divest from Israel.
So important. Thank you for those efforts. Representative Saltzman, that same question. And also, what's the biggest waste of Florida taxpayer money?
Ooh.
Uh-oh, now you got her going.
Don't get me started.
We have another half hour?
Look, I know. Okay. So first of all, when I ran for office, I never did politics before. I'm just a regular old gal in Pensacola, Florida. I still am. I love my people. I spend a lot of time with them. I said, I'm going to run for office. And they said, well, what are you going to run on? I said, safety, infrastructure, education. They were like, you'll never win on that. No, that's not sexy. Nobody cares. Like, that doesn't rally the troops. And I said, are you kidding me? That's the most important. That's the fundamentals of government. I knocked 14,000 doors to get here. And every single one of those people, when I said, I want to do those things, they said, well, yes, we want those things too. So I get to the legislature, and I met with the colleagues are incredible. And my year 3 and 4 were just the most incredible years. Mm-hmm. I'm under Paul Renner, an incredible speaker. And you know what he said? We got to fix school choice. We got to get these kids, these parents, access to the education that they want and deserve. We pay into the system so that we can have the system. But when the system tells you, no, 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 you can't do that, your child must go here or must learn that, it really, it cripples the American dream. Like, it's un-American.
It is un-American.
It's un-American. And people know me. I always say, is this an American bill? Because I'm just all about America. And we all should be. It should be the first thing we think about when we're filing legislation.
100%. Couldn't agree with you more. Representative Overdorf, Representative Saltzman, Representative Cassell, thank you so much for being with us this morning at the Republican Party of Florida Freedom Forum.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reminder that there is lunch for sale out in the lobby at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome today's moderator, Florida Commissioner of Education, Anastasios Kamoutsas, and our panelists, Chair of Education Opportunity at America First Policy Institute, Erica Donalds, former Speaker of the House, Paul Renner, President of New College of Florida, and former Commissioner of Education and former Speaker of the Florida House, Richard Corcoran.
All right. Hello, can you hear me? Excellent, excellent. Well, good afternoon. My name is Anastasios Kamoutsas. Everybody calls me Stasi for short. Was blessed to have been selected as Florida's Commissioner of Education. It's been the honor of my life to have hit the ground running these past 3 weeks. And we're really looking forward to making sure that students are being put first in the education system in the upcoming school year. Parents' rights are going to be respected. Teachers are going to be empowered to be able to take disciplinary action in their classrooms and make sure that our education system as a whole remains #1 in the country. And so I'm happy to be here with my former boss, at the time, Commissioner Corcoran, now President Corcoran, someone who I work closely with throughout the process, Speaker Renner, and Erica Donald, who I know has worked with the department behind the scenes for years, and is a former school board member. We'll start with President Corcoran, because I know you kind of were the one who led the charge through some of the most tumultuous times when it came to education reform here in the state of Florida. You were Governor Ron DeSantis' first education commissioner, and you really, kicked butt, took no names. So why don't you tell me, between, pushing the expansion of school choice, pushing for, keeping schools open during COVID when the teachers union fought us to keep them closed, and some of the higher education reform, how did you lead the charge on that, and how did we get to where we're at now in the state of Florida?
I appreciate it. I'll start with, now that Stassi's the Commissioner of Education, if he does stuff that's wonderful and great and you guys think he's doing a great job, I just want you guys to know that I taught him everything he knows. If it's bad or it's not something you like, I don't know where that came from, probably someone else, but I think my answer to that, Stassi, is you just, on all things, and honestly, Erica knows it, Paul knows it, Stassi knows it, you just have to fight. It's leadership is everything. They're going to oppose you. I joke with my wife all the time that I had no idea that I was a racist. I had no idea that I was a misogynist. I have no idea that I was human rights. All these things, I joke with my kids. I have 6 of them. I tell them, whatever you do, just don't Google Dad, because it's not pretty. I mean, it's just but that's how they fight. They fight that way all the time with us. And the reality is, because I feel most times we're right. We're doing something policy-wise that is correct. It is right. It's been tested. It's factual. Opening schools. We looked at all the data. We scrubbed it from all these other countries. There was not a risk to school children. We should have opened up schools across the country. Florida was one of the only ones who did it. But we know we're right, and we know we're going to get attacked, and you just got to keep fighting. At New College, it was probably the most progressive, liberal public school in the country. I mean, it was, I joked sometimes that it felt like, you remember when we had, the riots, and there was the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone in Seattle where they walled off and they lived by themselves, and it was all the crazies. And you can imagine, here's what the crazies do that chastise us. They immediately built a wall. They kept everyone out. They had guns everywhere to keep people out. And then there was all kinds of rapes and murders in that little Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. But I joked and said that New College, really, it felt like the Sarasota Hill Autonomous Zone. It was literally crazy. You still have some of it. We couldn't even have a trustees meeting without 50, 70, 100 people just shouting us down the entire time, profanities, epithets, you name it. But I think you just have to progressively make those changes. So at New College, we had about 96 professors when I got there. 42% are gone. Just to put it in perspective, we're one of the 12 universities in the university system. That would mean at the other 11 universities, you're getting rid of upwards of 3,000 professors. But if you don't do that, if you don't do that systemic change, and it's not just professors, it's with your personnel is policy. If you don't have the right personnel in there on a day-to-day basis, you can't be in their offices and micromanage them. You have to get right people. You have to get Stassi's and Erica's and Paul's and put them all over the place so that you know that the mission and the vision's being followed. But I say all the time, I just feel like sometimes at our level, now obviously you've been on the job for a month, and you're threatening everybody. It's wonderful, Stassi. You're doing a great job. But most of the time, I just think that we don't necessarily, we push the envelope, but we don't fight, because every day you get up, it's a fight. Every day you get up, you're going to get chastised, and you just got to, as Winston Churchill said, you just got to ignore the barking dogs and go after your mission, and I think that's the key to success.
So, what gave you the conviction, particularly when you had the teachers union throwing all kinds of coffins in front of the building, saying that the world was falling, the sky was falling, that all these folks were going to die? Like, what gave you the conviction to know you were going to be successful in court? Because they took you to court, right?
Yeah, and that's the other.
That's another plug where you're supposed to. Yeah, I had a great attorney who.
I had a great general counsel.
Thank you.
An amazing general counsel. And that's the other thing about the left is how they get to reinvent the wheel is So now you listen to Gavin Newsom and Randy Weingarten, who heads the National Teachers Union, and they're literally saying, Gavin Newsom says, we didn't know what we know now. And it's like, no, we did. All the data, none of the data has changed. It existed in March and April of 2020, and it exists now. It's just a tremendous cop-out excuse, and he's heralded as, this is him doing a mea culpa, but he's also recognizing nobody was right. That's not true. Lots of states, a state was right. And then Randy Weingarten literally said, we were fighting to open up schools in March and April and May of 2020, and we were never wanting closed schools. And it's like, Stassi will tell you as the general counsel, it's like, wow, then that lawsuit and all those court hearings we had that you filed against us, I guess it was a different Randy Weingarten. But they get away with it. It's insanity. But all of those things, which I think we do really well. I think my parents were World War II and Great Depression parents. They're long gone. God bless them, but they would always say, you have to know your philosophy. And I think Republicans, we know our philosophy and we test it. We say, is this good policy? Is this, and we look at the facts and we look at the data. We're always about the data and the facts. And then the second part is having that courage. But what we knew from the data was who was going to get lost, who was going to get hurt the most, and now you're seeing it nationally in the NAEP scores. Think about it. We're the richest country in the history of mankind. Never before. And we probably have 60% of our students in K-12 world that are not making proper academic progress, or they're not on grade level. It's just criminal. And it's the greatest threat to our country. It's not Russia, it's not China. We're getting destroyed from within in our educational system. And when you know that those in the educational system who are going to suffer the most from closing schools are the people who can least afford it. They're children of single parents. They're poor. They're, in rough schools and rough neighborhoods. That's who got obliterated during COVID and the school shutdowns. And so it's easy. You just get up and you say, and sometimes it's more esoteric. It's not like right now if all of a sudden, you two are fighting and you're getting beat up to death and everyone just stands and looks. I mean, that's what we have in society. Nobody jumps in. But it's easier because you can see that happening. When you can't see physically the destruction of little kids and their education, but it's happening every day in America, which is criminal.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fight that you took on. To that end, Governor DeSantis really led the charge when it came to the expansion of school choice. You all may recall when he ran against Andrew Gillum, that was what folks thought was the major factor in what won him the election. And then you came in, Richard Corcoran, hit the ground running, expanded the scholarships, but it was really you, Speaker Renner, working with the governor to get to the point now where we have universal school choice. How many people in the audience are benefiting from the universal school choice program? I love that they clap more for Speaker Renner than you, President Corcoran. This is great.
I'm never going to let him forget it.
But why don't you tell me, because you also had your own fights as you were expanding to universal school choice. Folks, the critics came out of the woodwork saying how this was going to be a total mess. So tell me about that and how you overcame those hurdles.
Yeah, sure. And let me, before I do, just say how much of a privilege it is to be on this panel, because Richard Corcoran was fighting the fight years before me when it was really a lot harder, in my opinion, with the lawsuits and the opposition, and has been a leader as Speaker, Commissioner of Education, all the way through, and now is fighting the fight at New College, inherited that situation, is turning it around. And then to be with Erica Donalds, who for years has been leaning into the school choice movement here in Florida, has most recently helped accomplish something that's eluded people for a decade, which is a federal scholarship, and I know she's going to talk about that. So privileged to be with both of them. And of course, Stassi, you probably know both Richard and Erica, but Stassi is one of those secret weapons behind the scenes that is a true blue conservative through and through, and he's a fighter. You would be so proud of everything he does day in and day out at that level. And now, of course, he's our Commissioner of Education. 2 weeks in the job, he's already like kicking butt and taking names. And so just proud to be with everybody here. And so universal choice. It starts with this simple proposition that parents have the primary responsibility and right in the upbringing and education of their children, full stop. And when you understand that, then of course they should have the ability to send their children where they can get the best education. And if that's a government-run, union-run public school, there's some good ones out there, and that's fine. Choice is about going wherever it's best for your kids. And so, and when it comes to universal, we're all paying taxes. We want every parent to have that opportunity. And so you think about choice, and I think in 3 different buckets, and what universal choice does. From the beginning, when we first started it back when Republicans took over in the mid-90s, it's about competition. If you're going to shop for a car and you're in Chevy and you don't like what you see, you can walk across the street to Ford and they'll give you something you like better, right? And until you find what you like, you can keep shopping. That's how everything has been except education, where you're told to go to the zip code where your kids, ordered basically to go. And if they fail your child in any way, shape, or form, and they can't read on grade level by the 3rd grade, too bad, because the system's oriented towards adults and the institutions, not the students, because of the monopoly. And so choice breaks up the monopoly, and it's important that it's made our public schools significantly better. We were bottom of the barrel back in the 90s when this all took place, and now we're among the better states in the country. That's because of competition. Number 2 is customization, or being able to make sure we're flexible. So what universal choice does is it's no longer just a tuition payment, it's anything. It can be a tutor for your kid who's behind in reading or math. It can be any of these things. And what's amazing, the public schools I think, are starting to figure this out. You can be a homeschool parent. We applied this to homeschools. But the public schools can contract with you, and let's say you don't have the setup for a physics course, you can take that money and go contract with your public school, the teacher you like there, and have a great experience there, maybe 1 day a week. Maybe you're in a school that doesn't have chapel. You can go contract with a private school to go to chapel 1 day a week in a Catholic school or a religious school of your choosing. And then the final thing is it's about values. And I think one of the reasons why it was a little easier for me than it was during Richard's time is one word: COVID. And people were shocked and their mouths dropped when they saw what their kids were being taught and what they weren't being taught during COVID when we all went online. And so understanding that choice gives you the right to send your children to a place where everything you've taught them, from your faith, from your values, all the way through how you're raising your children, is not held in contempt, is not mocked, and is instead affirmed and supported, so that you get to send your children to a school that affirms your values in the way you're raising your children. And so I'll just end this answer by saying that is really what drives it: competition, customization, and affirming your values, because you as a parent have the primary right and responsibility, 100%. It's not the government that raises our children, it's parents, and we affirm that through school choice, and we make everybody better.
Thank you, Speaker. One more question on the school choice expansion, because this was something that there was criticism over. How did you ensure that you maintained accountability, whether it was charter schools? Maybe you can talk about, and I know you can definitely talk about that, Erica, some of the accountability with charter schools and the different standards they're held to, but also, the purchases and some of the things that folks were beginning to criticize when it came to the scholarship. How did you ensure that that wasn't something that the media was able to get a hold of, and we can stay on top of the program and be successful?
Sure. Yeah, a couple things. So you got accountability. People say, well, how do we know that these schools are going to perform at the right level? Look, it goes back to my Ford and Chevy analogy. I'll use a different one. Restaurants. I don't know about you. You go out and want to take your wife out, or you have a special occasion, you go out to eat, and you're looking at the reviews, and you see some bad restaurant reviews, or you have a bad experience. And my wife says, we're never coming back here again. Guess what? We're never coming back here again. And so schools are like that too, and people will gravitate to where there's excellence. So from a school accountability standpoint, and the great thing too about choice is even within our district schools, there's choice within the districts, right? And so if there's availability, you can go to the place, again, that best fits your children. And, on the student side, and people say, well, how do we know this money's being spent appropriately? Working with DOE and having a purchasing guide that says, look, these are acceptable expenditures that you can go to and say, this is my cafeteria list of what I can use if you're a homeschool parent to purchase as part of the scholarship to supplement, enrich, deepen your child's education. And we want to do that. And so with DOE, kind of setting some guardrails, we have that accountability. And of course, we have free market accountability when it comes to the schools. And also, we require, so not every homeschool kid participates, but if you're what's called a PEP student, the one thing we ask is you do a norm reference test at the end. You take a test to make sure you're reading, you're on grade level and that kind of thing. And so we have the minimum, appropriate standards to make sure you're meeting that standard. And then after that, it's really about freedom. It's about where you think is the best place for your children to go to school, and it's working. We saw, and I'll just say, in the first year after HB1, we had an increase in new scholarships after HB1 that was greater than all students in choice programs in the state of Arizona, which is the #2 state, largest state for choice programs in America. Texas will soon, be running up the charts, but that's pretty remarkable. And just this year, when you take district choice, when you take charters, when you take all the schools that make up that choice ecosystem of educational freedom, we have more students enjoying educational freedom than not for the first time in our history, in the first state of any in the country. And so Florida is leading the way, in part by the people to my left and right and the great work that they're doing, and many that are not on the stage today. This is something we want to continue doing, continue growing it, and it will make all of our schools better.
Absolutely. And just so you hear firsthand, I remember those conversations behind closed doors with the speaker as we were looking at some of these narratives that were being peddled. And I remember it stood out. There was this Facebook group of parents, and they were sharing some of the purchases. And there was a 50, 60-inch screen TV, and the media said, "Oh my God, would you look at that? That's an abomination. They're purchasing this." Well, when we looked up the students to see why these purchases were being made, these were students with disabilities. These were students who were visually impaired. And so that's why you had this massive TV screen that was being purchased, because we know specifically with that population, there's a little latitude when it comes to the services that those children are receiving. And so time and time again, we saw it with Commissioner Corcoran at the time, this false narrative that opening schools was going to kill everybody. That didn't happen. We saw expanding school choice universally was going to be the end of the public education system. Oh, that's another one they love to peddle. But that's not the case at all. In fact, we have seen, as a result of competition in the state of Florida, our progress monitoring results show that we are doing better than we ever had before. And that's the result of competition through school choice programs. So I appreciate your leadership on that. All right, we'll clap. Thank you, everybody. But also to that end on accountability when it comes to the charter schools, I know there is in fact a different standard, and they do have to deal with the districts, and that's always something you had to deal with, whether you were a school board member or running your own operation. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, Erica?
Yeah, and this actually is very timely because we just fought back a bad bill, I will say, that didn't pass this year, that purported, and we're talking about the messaging from the other side, or those who would seek to defend the establishment or the status quo in education, that said we need districts and charter schools or schools of choice to have all the same accountability, all the same standards. And I couldn't agree more. I, however, don't think we should take the district standards and put them on the charter schools and on the private schools. I think we should do it the other way around, right? It should be where the ultimate accountability, as Speaker Renner said, is whether parents can leave that school when they are dissatisfied, whether their student is not being served appropriately or that school doesn't represent their values. That is the type of accountability that the district schools should enjoy, not putting the restrictions that may be hindering, according to them, the district schools from performing on our choice schools. And I think that is the challenge of the next generation of school choice, right, is to loosen the standards, if you will, on districts and bring more free market pressure to the government-run schools so that there's more of what we look for, making sure that they communicate transparently with their parents and that the curriculum are open and available to parents to view. Now, we know that that's Florida law, but it isn't very easy if you're a parent looking for that information. But they could compete with choice schools on availability of those materials. They could compete on safety. They could compete on values. They could compete on special programs like a classical model in a district school. But we do not have the same level of accountability because charter schools and choice schools will close if parents don't choose them. And we don't have that same level of accountability in the districts. And so I do think there is some work to be done there to really level the playing field in a different way than they mean, but really put more and more power in the hands of parents. And I'll say one more thing about that. What I see over the next 10 years in the state of Florida and as we lead the nation in school choice is that every education dollar that is spent in this state should be parent directed. We have well within our capabilities for every parent to see how much money is allocated for their child, and they need to know that they have the opportunity to use those funds at a choice school, whether that's a private school or a charter school or their own district school. But putting that ownership on the parents lets them know that they are the consumers, and it gives them that additional strength, that additional confidence that when they go, even if it is to their neighborhood school, and say, I chose to send my child here, I chose to send the funding for my child here, and here's what I need from you in the way that you're serving my child. I think it's a change of culture completely that we can lead on in Florida.
Wonderful. Speaker Renner, you referenced it. Erica's work at the federal level with respect to now, the One Big Beautiful Bill and the school choice that is expanding across the nation should states opt in. For a state like Florida, where it seems like, thanks to the governor, the speaker, so many education leaders, they've pushed to do everything you possibly can with school choice, how are we impacted by the One Big Beautiful Bill?
This is so exciting, and not a lot of people know about the federal tax credit scholarship program that was passed in One Big Beautiful Bill, because there were so many things, and many of them have been talked about here. But because of the great work that's been done in Florida under Speaker Corcoran, Speaker Renner, Governor DeSantis, because we already have universal school choice and availability of those funds to parents, we have an even greater opportunity with the federal tax credit scholarship. What it is $1,700 dollar-for-dollar tax credit that any individual who pays more than $1,700 in federal taxes, many of you I'm sure, can redirect those funds to a scholarship funding organization. Here you may know ours as Step Up. I'm sure there will be more operating here in the future. But when you donate those funds and deduct your taxes due, Step Up or other scholarship funding organizations can put those funds together and distribute them as scholarships, just like we do here in Florida with our program. But it is flexible, just like our program is, for private school tuition, for tutoring, for special needs services, for homeschool curriculum, for online courses. And so what does that mean for Florida? You're right, we already have these options thanks to our great leadership. That means that we can get additional funding for those families. If you are a family of a student with special needs and the maximum amount that you're receiving from our wonderful special needs scholarship is around $15,000, $16,000, frankly, that's just not enough for a lot of these families for the needs that their children have. If you tack on additional federal funds, because the existing federal funds are not currently portable, that gives them another $5,000 to meet their students' needs, that is a game changer for a lot of those special needs students. And it could mean for charter schools, if we're successful in our advocacy and rulemaking, that they could get additional funding to serve more students who have special needs or unique abilities, because they're not currently funded at the level that would allow them to serve those wider populations. So because we are the leaders and we already have these great programs in place, we will be able to stack on top of them using this federal opportunity that you're going to see a lot more information about over the next year. It actually starts in 2027, whereas other states that we're advocating for through America First Policy Institute, we're just trying to get in on the ground floor, right? We're just trying to get them to accept a scholarship to get some kids some tutoring, and they don't have any school choice at all. They're starting from zero. Florida is really going to be able to use this to continue to be a leader in school choice.
Awesome. Yeah, cool. Okay.
It's exciting.
I guess final remarks as we give encouragement to the folks who are in the audience hearing about what's been done. How would you, President Corcoran, recommend that they can get involved, whether it's uncovering inappropriate materials in our schools, whether it's, pushing back on these teachers' unions and the amount of power that they have, which should not exist. There are multiple ways I can think of where folks who are here, who are interested, who are passionate, that want to be advocates in our education system and continue to improve it, may be able to contribute. So what would you recommend?
I think the most important thing I'd recommend is there's a book that was just written by a brilliant book called Storming the Ivory Tower. I would recommend all of you guys go out, grab it, and buy it. It's by Richard Corcoran. But no, you guys, the fact that you're here, you guys are already super involved. And I'm sure you're involved in school board meetings and all those things that we do in our community. I think the one thing I would say with education that I want you to think about is I think if you were to trace, where we went wrong, where did DEI come in, where did critical theory come in, all of these things, I think there was a move, and it started with Dewey. I don't want to get too philosophical, but, and I think we're fully in the manifestations of what that philosophy was 60, 70, 80 years ago. And so my question would be, what is the purpose of education? And even our own party, even some of our own leaders, I've had conversations with them, and they'll say, it's to get a job. And getting a job, if we turn education of our youth and we say the whole purpose is to get a job, we won't survive. We won't survive long at all. In fact, it's basically the fundamental tenets of Marx and communism. If you look at the World Economic Forum, all these liberal billionaires, basically they're saying, get a job, we got to work on the workplace, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, they want to create widget makers for their enterprise. The purpose of education that made the founding of America, that all of the founders believed, all of the founder philosophies and Locke and Hobbes and Augustine, all the way back, was it goes to who we are and what makes us distinctly human beings. Education is to create great citizens, great people. And if you give that kind of education that teaches them how to critically think outside the box, wrestle with the big questions, what is a just society? What is the nature of man? All of these things, that person, you don't have to teach them humility or empathy. It'll be a part of their education. They'll be great citizens. And that person in a just society will always have a job. They will always be employed. But when you flip it, you create people who haven't thought, and now you can go and do man-on-the-street interviews, and do you think we should be a socialist country? And 80% of the people say yes. That's what happens over time. And we have to get back, even as a party, and say the purpose of education is to create great citizens. And if we do that, hopefully we'll have it for another 250 years.
Yeah.
Speaker Renner, same question.
Well, it sounds like you'd make a great college president.
Yeah.
Listen, in classical education, they talk about teaching children what is true, what is good, and what is beautiful. And I think, personally as a Christian, we have a creator who's created us for a purpose. And if you have none of that, what the education you're receiving is something that it should be no surprise that people have record mental health issues. They're tearing down, basic core norms that we have about the Constitution, about family, all these other things. And that's why choice is so important, because it frees you to make sure that your children and your grandchildren are learning values that make you a whole human, because you become a human as you were intended, as you were created to be. And so I agree completely with what Speaker, President, Commissioner Corcoran said. And I'm going to read your book, I promise, Richard. I'm sure it's a good book, and he's been through so many fights. I would tell you in my last couple comments is beware the false narrative. There was, see some of my Flagler friends here from Flagler County. There's a guy that writes a left-wing blog there, and he was talking about how 2,000 students have left Flagler Public Schools, and that basically HB1 is bleeding out our public schools. And this is one of the narratives, false narratives, all across the state. It's going to be in your county too. So I called somebody who knows the answer. I said, hey, how many students of these 2,000 actually are on the scholarship? Because we know that information, 128. So 128 out of the 2,000, it's the apocalypse, and it's all because of HB1 and freedom, you all having freedom with your kids and grandkids. It's 128. We're always going to have our public schools. We want our public schools to look more like some of these innovative schools that you've been involved with, Erica, our classical schools that are really just knocking it out of the park, and on every measure that counts are exceeding a lot of the schools that are never going to succeed because they have this kind of union-controlled, adult-focused, institutional-focused system, and they've been so used to not having to improve that they don't improve. Now, Florida, it's different. As I said, because of choice, we have some great public schools. My mom was a public school teacher. I was a public school kid. We are going to keep working to improve our public schools, and they are improving. So that's one thing. I say beware the false narratives. And then I would just say in closing, advocate for students and parents. Again, if anything, whatever policy, whatever funding leads to better educational outcomes, do more of that. Yeah. If things lead to poorer educational outcomes, and you've seen it, don't keep doing the same thing. There's a reason and a problem that 40% still of our district kids can't read on grade level by the 3rd grade. And if you can't, you're not going to make it very far. Your ability to learn, you need to be able to read to learn, and your future is going to start to flatline a little bit. Do what's right for students, and if they're not getting that, it's time to shake things up. Educational freedom does that. And finally, the great thing about HB 1.2 is we added our homeschool kids. We mentioned, Erica mentioned the UA kids, the kids that have disabilities, unique abilities. We have now students that have schools just for autistic kids that meet their unique needs in that school, and is changing their lives and changing the lives of their parents. So this is a good thing. Don't buy the false narrative. Support parents, support students. I know you will, and we'll keep making this even a better experience for kids in Florida.
All right, Erica, what's the last charge for the audience to make a difference in education?
And Richard alluded to, these are the activists in our communities. I know many of you have helped get school board members elected. And as someone who was elected to school board, I will say, you have to keep going after that with your support of those school board members. I remember having all of these volunteers and all this excitement to get me on the board, and then many of them went away, right? They didn't keep coming to the school board meetings and stand behind me as things were coming up. And this is 2014, 2018, before COVID, and there's a lot more involvement and attention to the school boards now, but that is an effort that is necessary, because as Paul said, we don't want to get rid of the public school system, and I'm often accused of that, but I do want to get rid of the monopoly that they enjoy. And if they no longer have a monopoly, they need great leadership to continue to innovate and to serve our students well, the students who continue to choose the public school system. So definitely get involved in those school board races, but attend the school board meetings. That's how I got involved. I was watching school board meetings, and I'm like, whoa, these are the people making decisions for me and for my family, for my children. It was shocking, and I started getting other parents to come to the school board meetings, and then drew the short straw when one of us had to run for one of those seats. But it was a great experience, and if that is your calling, do that. If not, and like me, when I left the school board, I had learned enough to then go, well, I'm going to start some choice schools of my own to give parents this additional option and a classical option. There are lots of charter school startups around this state that need board members, that need volunteers, that need teachers and others to work in those efforts, especially when it's a startup and you need people to contribute to those startups, whether that's a charter school or a private school. So be on the lookout for those choice school efforts that are also happening in your community. But finally, we do have a very supportive legislature, a very supportive governor when it comes to parents' rights and school choice. But as you all know, that's not enough. That's why we have the grassroots. That's why we have an active Republican Party. We need them to hear our feedback when things are moving through the legislature that we have opinions about. Even if we know we're on the same side, that doesn't mean it's set it and forget it. Just like when you elect a school board member, you have to continue to go there and continue to provide your feedback. You need to do the same for the legislature and for the governor, and make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction towards more and more education freedom for every single family in our state. And so while we're super appreciative of all the work that's already been done, I'm sure like you, we're not satisfied yet until every single family has multiple high quality options to choose from, and every child in that family, I know I have 3 kids, they're all very different, and I need options for each one of those kids that fits their unique needs, and we're not there yet. So if you need to start your own school, I'll go ahead and give my own shameless plug. YourEdFreedom.org, the Education Freedom Foundation, has all the resources that you need if you want to come together with others in your community to start a school of choice in your community. That's YourEdFreedom.org. So be part of the solution, because we need more and more schools to come online for all the parents that are both moving here and making choices outside of the government schools.
Awesome. One last word. If you all could help me out as the Commissioner of Education, my first week, I think I upset the atheists because I said God bless in a letter telling folks to respect parental rights and that children were created in the image of God. I stand by that. Second week, I think I upset the teachers union by saying they need to hurry up and pay these teachers their money. And this week, or just yesterday, I upset the Alachua County School Board because they tried to have a parent removed from a school board meeting just because they had an opposing view. Well, that's not going to happen on my watch. You can guarantee that. So if you have any ideas of who I need to go after next, we'll make it happen. So thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome candidate for governor of Florida, Congressman Byron Donalds, and Benny Johnson, hosts of The Benny Show.
The next governor! The next governor of the state of Florida, what's up?
You wanna?
I'm just your hype man. I'm the hype man. I stand in the back. I wear the gold chain. He's the man.
You don't have a gold chain.
We're working on it.
Come on, let's take a seat. How's everybody doing?
We'll have how about this, Byron? We'll have a gold chain when you end property taxes in Florida, right? Yes. You'll have to forgive me. About 30 minutes ago, I was on a water slide with my 4-year-old, and I still have chlorinated water in my ears. So, what's up? How we doing? How we feel in Orlando? And isn't that the point, right?
Yeah.
The point is kids. You have 3 sons.
3 of them.
You have 3 boys.
Yep.
I have 4 babies. I moved to Florida, and I moved to Florida 4 years ago, and we've had a baby every single year. How about that?
So obviously it's in the water.
Yeah.
It's definitely in the water.
Can we start off the top of the dome with that? Because I feel like it's a family-friendly audience here, right? People love children, grandchildren, parents or anybody who's a parent or a grandparent out there? Any young people who want to be parents?
Oh, we got one guy in the back. One.
Hey, I feel you.
One.
Listen, I'm telling you, that's the most important thing in life, right? Like a culture of life and a state that protects it. So how are we going to protect our children in this fine state? How are we going to encourage more great patriots and families in the state of Florida?
Well, it's a great question. I think the first piece is we take law and order seriously. You want to have great patriots who are young people who grow up to take the reins of leadership in our state, whether that's our government, whether that's our economy. It starts with law enforcement. It starts with safe communities. Second piece is education, and that's actually how I got into politics. Erica and I got in. It was really about education. I remember our oldest son, who's now 21, college graduate, killing it, doing his thing in finance, starting out his career. He came home one day and he was doing math homework. Now, I'm a finance major. My wife is an accounting major. We know math. You know, it's a thing. We're watching him do his homework, and I'm in the kitchen, I'm milling around, and he's kind of frustrated, and I look over his shoulder, and I'm like, what is this? And he says, well, I think he was doing long division. He's doing long division. And I said, that's not how you do long division. I don't know what this is. And he goes, this is how they're teaching us to do it. And I said, okay, well, I don't care what they're teaching you. This is wrong. And he was like, he's getting mad, and understandable. He's trying to do what his teachers are telling him to do. He's getting mad. I'm now upset. And I said to him, I go, son, I hire people. If you did math like this in my company, you're fired. Like, we're not doing this. And so that's what started the political journey. So the second piece is education. Our children have to be, not just know our history and know the facts of just basic economics, but they have to be proficient in reading, in math, so that they have an ability to use, their God-given intelligence coupled with the right things that they were learning in school, so they're prepared for the leadership of the future. The last thing is culture and political philosophy. I think as a party, it was said earlier on the stage, I forget which panel, that as a party, we have figured out what our philosophy is. And we believe that our philosophy, a conservative philosophy, is the very best thing when you're organizing a community, a city, a state, or a country. And for the future of our state, the future of Florida, it's about making sure that philosophy is being taught to our kids so that when they mature and they become adults and they can use the Socratic method, they can use their God-given talents, they will see very clearly what you and I already see, that conservatism is the pathway for a great state like Florida. It's the pathway for sound communities, and that's how you lead into the future.
Did anybody just notice that, what he did? He's been spending so much time with Trump. He just pulled a, you're fired. Did you hear that? Did you hear him do it? Can you do it? I'm sure you got a good Trump impression.
No, actually, I have a terrible Trump impression. I can't do it.
Really?
No, I can't do it. I can't do it, and I never tried because that's him and that's not me.
Yeah.
Speaker Johnson does a great Trump impression. I'll give it to Speaker Johnson.
I won't
His
ask
is
you your
top-notch.
Speaker Johnson impression. I'm not going to get you in trouble.
I will not do that.
You're homies with Donald Trump. You and Trump.
I've never heard anybody say we're homies.
You're
before.
homies with Trump.
That's a new one, but okay.
I'm allowed to culturally appropriate. I live in Tampa. I don't know. So you're homies with Trump. I live in a Cuban neighborhood. I can say homie. What up, my Cubans? I'm not Cuban, but yes.
The Cubans are right there.
I got Cuban bread. Who's got the Cuban bread in Tampa? So there's this like one guy that knows the Cuban bread. He's right here. Yes, that's exactly right. He's like, yes, my man. Robert makes the Cuban bread. That's exactly. Everyone knows Robert, the Cuban bread. Okay, sorry, we're getting wildly off track here. You're so close with Trump. You were a surrogate on the campaign. You spoke in Milwaukee. Everyone was proud watching him speak at the RNC convention, right? President Trump, the most seen miracle in human history, him surviving that assassin's bullet, and you spoke that same night with him, and he had the ear bandage and everything. It's powerful. Right. What's your relationship like with him? How do you make Florida great again? Or how do you take MAGA to Florida level? How do you continue those Trump policies here, state level? He's endorsed you. Obviously, we all have seen that. You're the Trump-endorsed candidate for governor. Here we go.
So, look, first thing I would say, Florida is the best state in the country. We are the best state in the country. And look, I say it often on the campaign trail, a lot of the credit for where we are as a state does go to Governor DeSantis. He's done a tremendous job leading the state. He really has. I guess I would say the thing that we share, we've both been endorsed by President Trump to be governor of Florida, so that's actually really cool. But I will tell you that when it comes to the president, he's just no nonsense. With him, it's what's the vision, what's the goal, okay, go do that. And so when we were on the campaign trail together, what you would see very quickly is he is going to do everything necessary to win. It doesn't matter what the obstacles are. It doesn't matter how long you're on the plane. It doesn't matter how many motorcades you're in, how many speeches you give, how many people you see, how many photos you take. All of that is irrelevant. Every piece of energy, every second of time is devoted to success, devoted to victory. And so when you're on the campaign trail with him, there's no excuse. You can't be like, oh, I'm tired, I'm not feeling good today, because he's at it every single day. And so, a bunch of us who did a lot of heavy lifting, we're like, we don't have an excuse. Like, he's 78 and he's rolling. Yeah. Like, we have no excuses. So that's thing number one. Thing number two, I would say, when it comes to the president, is he just wants you to be yourself. I think he realizes when, people in politics are trying to like be him as opposed to them just being themselves. I think that's one of the reasons why he and JD get along so well. Because if you watch JD, JD is JD. Like JD's not trying to be Donald Trump, he's himself. I think the president fully respects that. Third thing is you gotta have no fear. No fear at all. I remember it didn't matter what the room was, whether it was doing the Breakfast Club in New York City, whether it was going on CNN, going on MSNBC. The thing he wants to see really out of our entire movement is we cannot have any fear. We have to fight, fight, fight. And if he knows that you have no fear, you and him will get along. It'll be pretty seamless. And look, at the end of the day, you gotta be fun. You gotta have a good sense of humor. You know, he does like people who look like Central Casting. That's his deal. He loves that. You know, but that's him. But at the end of the day, it's about the mission. And from Butler, I will tell you that night, Monday night of the convention, I didn't expect him to come out that night, and I don't think anybody did. I was in the green room, I had given my speech at the convention, and that was an amazing experience. I will say it was one of the great honors of my life, because when my wife and I started in politics 15, 16 years ago, never did we think I would be speaking at the convention. That was never something that ever occurred to me, because I was an activist, I'm a Tea Party guy. So I was a door knocker, a phone caller. I was a guy helping people win races. I'm a guy that was involved in some of the activist things that you do on a local level. We're fighting for better choices in education, which at the time it was getting rid of Common Core. That was the fight at the time, and you're involved in that on the ground. So never did I think it was going to transform into 7 minutes on stage at the RNC. That was really wild. The thing I really didn't see coming was when they told me earlier in the day, you're gonna sit in the president's box. And so, listen, you know, I'm a regular person. So when you hear you're gonna be in somebody's box, you're thinking, oh cool, I'm gonna be in the skybox, tell me what room it is. That's a real honor. I'm gonna go up to his skybox and sit there. And they were like, no, you're gonna be sitting in his box. And I'm thinking like, oh, okay, well, whatever. We'll figure that out. So when I'm done speaking, I'm in the tunnel, and out comes one of the advanced guys that was on the campaign. I know him very well. And he goes, man, that was a great speech. We were just watching it. The boss is inside. Just go in and say hi to him. Okay, so I go inside, and Susie Wiles, who everybody will see later tonight, and a couple of the key campaign people were in the room, and the president's on the phone, and he's kind of on the phone like this. He's like this, and of course, this is the year, so he's like this, and he's on the phone, and he's talking, he sees me, and he's like, wait 1 second, and he gets off the phone, and he's like, Byron, that was a great speech. And he turns to me, and I see the bandage. And the second thing is, what do you think of the bandage? This is him. This is who he is, man.
What did you say?
I said, I don't like it. Take it off.
That's what you told
That's what I said. I said, I don't like it. Take it off.
No.
I said, let everybody see the year. He was like, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But the docs, they want me to keep the bandage on. Doc Ronnie Jackson, my colleague from Texas, Doc Ronnie. He's like, Doc Ronnie says I got to wear the bandage. I'm like, so what? You're the president. Just take the thing off. And he goes, no, I think I'm going to keep it on. And it was good. He was like, that was a good speech. And I said, thank you. And he goes, I'll see you later. I'm like, okay. So they escort me out, and I'm going through the tunnels, and I'm thinking I'm going to go up to the elevator to go to the box. And they're like, no, sir, you're going to walk down this way. So I'm walking down the rampway in the tunnels, and the carpet turns red. And I'm like, well, why is the carpet red? And then I walk out, and it's like the sea of cameras, and you realize you're on the arena floor. And then on the arena floor, they're like, all right, come on, sir, we're going to walk up these steps right here. And I'm like, but this box is in the top of the arena. That's where we got to go. And then they go, no, sir, this is where you're sitting. And I walk out, and you see the chairs, and I'm like, oh, shoot, this is a great seat. I was like, so maybe I'm like 3 levels up, I'm sitting up there, with one of the guys up there. And they go, all right, here's your seat. And I'm sitting in the front row, and I'm like, oh, this is a great seat. And I look on the floor, and on the floor on the masking tape, it said DJT. And they're like, yeah, this is your seat. And I'm like, oh man, so many people are going to be mad. They're going to be mad, but this is great. This is great. So while everybody's still doing their speeches and stuff, David Sachs, who's the president's czar on digital assets and crypto, he was sitting in row 3, and he comes down and he's sitting next to me. And we were talking, and then he's starting to check his messages, and I'm checking mine because you've been running all day during the convention. And after about 5 minutes, I'm like kind of looking over at David like, you got to get up. That's DJT. I love you, David, but you can't sit here. That's his seat. And it was great that when he came out that night. I got to tell you, for me it was epic to see the response from everybody in the arena. If you were in Milwaukee, you know what I'm talking about. That night was like nothing. It was like nothing you could really put together. I think because the country got a chance to see not just the fighter, Donald Trump, but I think, I'll say to this day, I think the country got a chance to see Donald. And in that moment, I think he connected with the American people, they connected with him, and then that campaign went off to a whole nother level.
Yes, that's right. That was the moment. Everybody remembers the moment.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers the moment. Where were you when you heard Trump was shot? You'll remember that for the rest of your life, right? Yeah. It's spiritual. We're fighting a spiritual battle. Unpack that for me really quickly. Everyone got to see actually Donald. What does that mean? Well, the country got to see Donald, you just said. Yeah. What does that mean to you?
I think in that moment, he, like anybody would, I guess, but I think he kind of understood the magnitude of what this campaign was about. And I mean, look, he's been persecuted more than any modern politician, probably since Nixon, if we're going to be honest. Like, he's been persecuted more than Nixon. Whether it's the indictments, the impeachments, the investigations. Now we're realizing just how disgusting the Democrats are and how they manipulated the intelligence community just because they couldn't take losing. I'll leave that for a moment. But through all of that, he's had this resolve of, oh, you're coming at me? Well, I'm going to come back at you twice as hard. And that's really his resolve. I think Butler, literally, when he just turned his head just like a little bit more to see the chart, you come face to face with your mortality. And I think even in that instance, it wasn't just Donald J. Trump and I approve this message. It was, I'm Donald. I have kids. I have grandkids. I love this country. He loves New York. He loves America. He wants to see the best. And I think that the aftermath of Butler, I think, gave the American people an opportunity to see him. And I think it gave him, an ability to kind of just to pull a layer back and see the core man. Like when Kai went to speak, that was tremendous. You see him, I was at Daytona Motor Speedway when the other day, a couple months ago, when he brought his granddaughter out on the track, and she's in her ruby red shoes, and you can see, like, man, he's a grandfather. He loves his family. He wants what's best for the country. And I think that after Butler, where most people in politics would have probably tried to shy away or really hidden themselves from the public, he actually expanded that. And it wasn't rhetoric. It was just him. And I think that's how that connection with the American people really became stronger throughout the end of the campaign.
Yes. Who is thankful, let's do a poll here really quickly, who is thankful that 10 miles down the road here, we could all go buy a ticket, and I did this actually yesterday, and go see in a experience called the Hall of Presidents, a beautifully robotic Donald Trump stand up and deliver the oath of office instead of a robotic Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton at Disney World. I am very thankful for that.
Me too.
And my kids think that's actually Donald Trump in the ride, and they think that's where Trump lives, in Disney World. I have the video to prove it.
Don't tempt him. He might take over the Hall of Presidents. Don't tempt him.
There's something, if you actually go, there's something amazing. Disney actually did the 2 thumbs up. Watch carefully. They had the Trump go like this. the Robo-Trump actually does 2 thumbs up. It's amazing. What a state, man. And Disney, I don't think would ever do that unless they sort of got put in their place. And Florida's been doing a lot of that. Florida's been doing a lot of that. How are you going to continue that fight to de-wokeify the state? Because it was a little touch and go there, right? Disney fought back. Disney said, no way, the state of Florida's we're going to do what we're going to do. And boy, they were put down.
Well, the governor laid the mantle down very clear. You can run your business all you want, but if you interfere with the political decisions of Florida and the legislative decisions of Florida, then we're going to have to come and take a hard, long look at you. And that's not going to change, by the way. We have no problem with companies choosing our state, being a part of the fabric of our state, running their enterprises. We want to grow that in our state. We want more jobs coming here. We want an even more vibrant economy than where we stand today. But there is going to be a clear dividing line, and that is the legislative and political matters of our state are going to reside with the governor and with the state legislature, and they're not going to be up for discussion with corporate America. It's just the way it is.
Good. Strong leader. So you said Florida is the most free state in the union, and there was a challenge against that recently. If you want to piss off a group of people, say that to a Texan. Texas has decided to go redistrict.
Yeah.
Did anybody see this? So Texas added 5 new congressional seats for Republicans. And they said, yippee-ki-yay, you can try and stop us. And my question to you is, there is a debate as to whether Florida should attempt to do the same. You currently are a member of Congress. What's your take on that?
So you're not going to like this answer, but as a member of Congress, I do not engage in redistricting conversations.
Yep.
And the reason why, to be blunt, is I don't want to be in a redistricting lawsuit.
Yeah.
Don't want to do it.
Got it.
So what I would say to the governor and to my colleagues in the legislature, I believe that you should always be looking at the makeup of congressional districts to make sure they're representative of the people of Florida. I will leave it at that.
All right. Here's the trump card for whether Florida or Texas is a better state. Only one state has...
Oh, wait.
Yeah, please.
I forgot to talk about Texas for a moment.
Please. Okay, go in, Governor.
I love my colleagues in Texas. I know a lot of them. Great state. It's awesome that they're number 2. It is awesome. And my Vivek Ramaswamy, he's a good friend. Vivek and I really, started developing a relationship through the campaign. And he's running for governor of Ohio, crushing it, doing a tremendous job. He's going to be the next governor of Ohio, and we're really excited for him. But Vivek said that, we're going to make Ohio the best state in the country. And I looked at him and I go, number 2 is a great goal. Great goal. But Florida's number 1.
Yeah.
That is not going to change.
If you want to end this argument immediately, there's only one state that sends Jasmine Crockett to Congress. Is that true? Yeah. Okay.
But you just went there, man.
Oh,
you just went there. You went there with Jasmine.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy.
Well, you got to work with her every day. How's that going? You gonna be in one of those TikToks? You gonna be dancing down the hallway?
No.
To Kendrick?
No. We're not gonna be dancing down the hallway.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, look, I feel bad for the Dems. I don't, to be honest with you. But this is what happens when your party becomes about ideas and policies that people just simply cannot support. When you do crazy things like say that boys can be in girls' sports, that is insanity. People don't support that.
Yes.
When you don't protect the puberty of young kids, like puberty, this is human biology. If you can't protect that as a political party, then you don't deserve political power.
Yeah.
Period.
Well done.
And so, I would say as a party, what has separated us from the Democrats is, despite all the political machinations that have gone on over the last several decades in the United States, we have been committed to our core philosophy, We are a party that is a believer in the United States Constitution, making sure that the Constitution is actually followed. We protect individual liberties, we protect individual rights, we protect your economic liberty, and we will always make sure we protect your freedom of speech. We are not going to be people who are going to try to shout you down or shut you up or shadow ban you or use the government, whether it's Operation Choke Point 1.0 or 2.0, to sideline you. We believe in the freedom and the merit and the ability of all people. That is what our party is. If the Democrats want to continue down the road they're going to continue down, then they're going to look like, as a national party, they're going to look like the Florida Democrat Party, which means they will be nowhere fast.
So what you're saying, Congressman, is they'll look like a bunch of communists.
I mean,
and
that's that
begs
New York thing.
That begs the question, because you're running against an MSNBC contributor named David Jolly. And David Jolly has got his jollies up for a guy named Zohran Mamdani. He's a big fan of his policies, or his prescribed policies for the city of New York. Yeah. He's been on MSNBC talking about it, and he's been talking about how David Jolly, who's running for governor in this state as a Democrat, may want to bring some of those Zohran Mamdani AOC policies to the state of Florida. He's running on that as a platform. So government-run grocery stores, seizure of wealth, defunding the police, taxing people more because they're white. That's on his website, by the way. People think I'm crazy when I say that. It's on the website.
It's on the website.
Got in a fight with Chris Cuomo over that this week. They want to bring that to the state of Florida. Is that going to fly, Congressman?
No chance in hell. No. That was it.
That's it? Okay.
Nothing else to say.
Easy. Put it on a T-shirt. Put it on a bumper sticker. I'll slap it on my minivan.
Wait, you're going to put that on the minivan?
No chance in hell for the Democrats in Florida. Yeah, I mean, we're going to workshop it.
All right, we'll clean it up.
Okay. So how do you though, through policy,
right?
And I think that this is something that we've talked about, you want to make Florida the financial capital of the world.
Yes.
You want to swagger jack New York, don't you?
Of course.
You want to take from New York.
Yes.
And
Chicago too, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So two questions. How do you preserve the culture of Florida while doing that? Everybody can see what's happening in Miami.
Right.
Everyone can see what's happening even in Tampa, like the incredible amount of wealth and incredible amount of movement and culture and business and commerce that's coming down to Florida. That's all coming from Chicago's and LA's and New York. How do you preserve the culture of Florida? How do you ensure that we are the financial capital of the world for the next generation?
So let me take the culture piece first.
Please.
That part is about your leadership being consistent on conservative policy. And then as we campaign, we're not just talking to each other in our own rooms. Like, look, I love coming to the RPOF. I love it. You guys are the people that make our party work. We are a red state because of all the work you guys have done over the decades in support of this party. But as we continue this thing, it's about going into every community in our state, helping them to understand that the reason why their cousins and their aunts are moving to Florida, as much as they love you, it's about the policies that we have here. It's about the freedoms that we have here. It's about public safety first and foremost. It's about school choice in our state. It's about making sure kids are getting ahead and becoming economically viable. It's about making sure that we're not just growing government for the sake of growing government, that we're being smart and efficient with the money of the people of Florida. And if you, seriously, and if your desire is to have some bloated government, then that's not Florida. And we are not going to bring that to our state. The number one reason why people come here, one of the main reasons, oh man, no state income tax. Well, guess what? We're never going to have an income tax in our state. That is not going to happen in our state. The gender studies craziness that so many of these schools around in the Northeast have embraced, we are not embracing that in Florida. That is not going to happen here. If you want to talk about our university system, we have the best university system in the country, I would say in the world, here in Florida. The reason why we are focused on academics, not ideology. That's what we're focused on. We're not going to be indoctrinating students. And so that's how you prepare the culture of your state for the future of your state, while, yes, taking a bunch of corporate interests and financial interests from New York and Chicago. The reason why those people are leaving is because they're looking at the cities that have basically fallen down all around them. And they're saying to themselves, why am I still here when I can be in Florida, actually have a better life for myself, have a better life for my family, have a better life for my employees, and still accomplish the mission of the company? So that's the trend line that's happening in the United States. And Florida's leading that. Tennessee is right there with us. Texas is right there with us. Vivek wants to do the same in Ohio. God bless them. We should do that. Our mission as Republicans, and this is even bigger than Florida, is to continue to demonstrate that Republican conservative policies are how you run and organize states. And that's what people will choose. Now, to the financial capital piece. Digital assets is going to make a home, it already has, and it's going to be a much bigger home in South Florida, in Miami, in some parts in Tampa as well. Some of it is in Orlando, some of it obviously is in Jacksonville. That's going to continue. This is the future of America's economy. When you want to raise capital, anybody who's started a business, and you're trying to go around and raise capital, a lot of times you have to go to New York, you go to Chicago, a lot of it's done here now, or you have to go out west to Los Angeles. Why would we even have to subject the very capital flow of our country to these states that are disastrous of the free will of the people that live there? They should do that here in Florida, so that when you have the flow of capital moving through our state, and then you have freedom and liberty and a respect for that and a protection of that in our government, that demonstrates to the entire country the best model for self-governance. So that's why we want that to come here. But it's even grown past that. About an hour east of here, we have Kennedy Space Center. We are doing all of the launches in Florida. SpaceX is actually trying to move a bunch of their facility to Florida. In our state, we can build out more tech hubs. We can actually become the new center of the tech industry here in Florida. I call it Silicon Beach. But when you talk to the tech guys out in California, they're tired. They're sick of California. And it is so far gone, they just want out. And so now let me bring it back to center, because how do we stay the red state? This is where you and I then work together. Part of it is winning elections. David Jolly, I mean, yeah. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. That's not going to go well.
David Jolly said he wants to confiscate guns. Is that going to happen in the state of Florida? Okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not going to happen. But let me tell you what can happen and what will happen. As long as we are focused on the work, day in, day out, registering voters, knocking doors, calling neighbors, talking about our principles and being proud of them. Having leaders who not only can give a good speech, but know the details and know how it all comes together, who are constantly looking at the policy elements of everything we do, so that when we launch new initiatives, even Democrats, registered voting Democrats, not the Democrat Party, even registered voting Democrats in our state would have to take a step back and say, damn, you know what, these Republicans are right, that's good stuff. Like, that's where we need to go. Last thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna turn it back to you. The infighting amongst Republicans. Listen, man, we cannot fight amongst ourselves in this moment. We can't. The wind is at our back. 1.3, 1.4 million voter advantage in the state of Florida. We are winning. And the only way you stop winning is when we start fighting each other because this person wants to be in charge, or that person wants to be in charge, or I want my committee, or you can't have your committee, or how come these people are sitting in this room and I'm not there? At the end of the day, as somebody who's traveled the country for President Trump, and I've been everywhere, there are other states who are dying to be in our position here in Florida. And we need to always remember that. We need to stay united. President Trump talks about this all the time. Stay united and keep winning. We need to stay united and we need to keep winning.
So this one's going to have to be a quick one.
Sure.
Alligator Alcatraz.
I saw some of the T-shirts. The T-shirts and the hats are here.
Somebody have an Alligator Alcatraz T-shirt on?
Yeah, I saw one guy with it last night. A guy today had the hat on. I saw him earlier today.
As somebody, there
we go, right there.
Yeah. That's my mother, actually. So she hopes you'll sign it.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks,
Mom. We love you.
As somebody who moved here, I had no idea that that's what you Floridians were doing when you were doing this. I had no I didn't know that was the Alligator Alcatraz. Okay. I only ask because Congressman, you talked about Trump's agenda, and you were critical in passing the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Yeah.
That's the single largest funding of border security in the country's history.
Right.
I think that ICE is now like the third largest military in the world. I'm okay with that. That's what I voted for. Thank you. And you were with the president at Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Florida is seen as the marquee state for enforcement against criminal aliens with the assistance of the administration and working hand in glove with DHS.
Right.
Is this going to be something that you carry forward into your administration? Will Florida ever be a sanctuary state?
One, Florida will never be a sanctuary state. That's craziness. Absolutely crazy. That's never going to happen. And we're not even going to allow or tolerate, and again, this is where the governor has been tremendous, we're not tolerating any jurisdiction within the state of Florida that's going to think that they're going to be a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's not going to happen. It's just simply not. Will Alligator Alcatraz remain? That actually remains to be seen. And that's really going to depend on how quickly ICE can get ramped up with the repatriation force, as I like to call it. We're going to repatriate a lot of people back to their home countries. And it's going to be a great thing. So that it's going to be a facility where it can be there or not be there. The key thing is all of our law enforcement agencies will continue to comply with 287G. They will be working with ICE so that when we come across criminal illegal aliens, they are handed over. I think with Alligator Alcatraz, the reason why that facility was so critical at this current point in time, what most people don't know is a lot of our county jails were full. Actually, they're all full. And so there had to be a release valve where our sheriffs and our officers, they can still go out and do the job of getting criminal illegals off our streets, but then they're housed somewhere for ICE to come and pick them up and take them out of the country. Passing One Big Beautiful Bill, we had $150 billion in that bill to complete the wall and to stand up ICE with all the resources it needs to fulfill the mission that the American people gave Donald Trump of deporting illegal aliens out of America. And so as it goes, as it continues to evolve, we'll see if we'll need an Alligator Alcatraz. My hope is, and my sincere hope is that after we've gone through this last victory in the country about illegal immigration, that the Democrats decide to change course and make sure that border security is non-negotiable here in the United States, and that we secure our country once and for all. And as long as we do that, then you may not need a facility like Alligator Alcatraz. We'll have a sound immigration system that we police, that we manage, that even, God forbid, a Democrat might win the White House in the future, even that future potential Democrat would understand and learn the lessons that you cannot open the borders of this nation. You cannot abuse the American people with rampant illegal immigration. It is a detriment to every community that we love in our country. It's a detriment to everybody. My hope is that's where we end up going forward in the United States. But I will tell you, it's going to be part my job and a lot of my friends and colleagues to continue to press that envelope so that the Democrats know once and for all that you don't get to live your open borders wet dream on the backs of the American people.
Yes. I know that we are out of time, but to everyone running the show, a point of personal privilege very, very quickly. And I know that we are up against the wall here. We have a streaming show and a podcast. It's called The Benny Show. And there was a scandal that happened in this state. One of the worst things I've ever heard in my life, and the greatest abuse of government I've ever seen in my life, when people who were suffering from a hurricane, Hurricane Helene, had rolled through here and destroyed lives, and FEMA came through and saw trailers that had Trump signs in front of them and refused to give those Floridians assistance because these poor individuals with their homes that had already been destroyed had a Trump flag waving in their humble yard. It was one of the sickest things I've ever seen. And here's the very quick story I have for you. You book out the show and you try and get people to talk. Some subjects everyone wants to run on and talk about. Some subjects they don't. There was only one man in Congress that you could book to come tearing through like a bull in a china shop on this issue, and it was Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds went on a warpath for the people of Florida against FEMA at a time when we didn't know who'd be the next president, we didn't know who'd be the next administration, and he threw down, and he changed the culture there. And so my final, very brief question to you is, how do you continue that work as governor, standing up for the people of Florida? What's your vision?
You just, when stuff is going wrong, you call it out for what it is, and you can't be afraid of that. So much in our politics can actually be shifted when people just speak very clearly about what's going wrong. With FEMA, it was because they were discriminating against Trump supporters, and that's just not acceptable. And so you have to be willing to call that out. I would tell you, there's things back in my district from Hurricane Ian where FEMA was slow to respond, and I basically would give them an ultimatum. My staff would tell you. I would say, I can either start tweeting about this or you can fix it. And they were like, oh, sir, we don't need you to tweet about it. I said, I can start tweeting or you can fix it. And they're like, well, we'll give you an update tomorrow. We have everything covered. Thank you very much. And it's unfortunate that it has to be that way. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you're not willing to stand strong and call out what's going on that's wrong, all you're allowing that to happen is it's just going to continue. And so, you know, as long as I've been in politics, I don't have a problem calling out what I see. You know, whether it's, you know, I miss Joy Reid.
You're the only one. I heard there was one guy who missed Joy Reid.
Now watch, somebody's going to clip that and be like, see, I told you. But anyway.
Got him.
But I have no problem doing that. I never really had a problem doing it. I'm very comfortable in my skin. So if I think something is wrong, you're going to hear from me. And sometimes we're fixing it without me having to say a word about it. And that might be the best thing at that particular point in time.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, strong leadership in your governor's office. Can we show the world? Can we show the world right here that we support Byron Donalds? Can we do a Byron, 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 Byron? That's the man.
Love you, Benny.
That's the man right there. Thank you all.
Hey, Benny.
Yes.
Look at this right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Senator Jay Collins.
Man, it is good to be here. How are y'all doing? Good conversation, yeah? So I asked this earlier. We got a few more people in the room. Let's get a little bit more applause, a little bit more action. How many of you woke up grateful to be a citizen of these United States today? There you go. Now, I am Senator Jay Collins, the same guy that was on the panel earlier, but I'm going to tell a little bit more about my story. But before I do that, I got to say I'm a husband and a dad first and foremost. And I always take an opportunity to shout out my wife, Layla, also a 20-year veteran, and my two boys, Gabe and Colt. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. So let me give you the top line. I am a God-fearing, gun-loving, bacon-eating, one-legged, retired Green Beret, and I'm here to get things done. I'm so grateful to be a part of the Freedom Forum today, grateful for the panel earlier, grateful to have this opportunity. With freedom, loving patriots, people who understand something paramount and important, and that's that freedom, it's not inherited. Freedom isn't assigned by the government, it's God-given. The government's job isn't to grant our liberty, it's to get the hell out of the way and protect us. Do you agree with me? Do you want the government out of our way? I stand here today not because of my plan, because each of you know this, that God's plan is so much bigger than our plan. It's incredible. Because the truth is, I never dreamed of politics. It just kind of happened. You see, I was adopted at a very young age, raised by my grandparents on a tiny little farm in the middle of nowhere. My dad was a World War II veteran, a man of very, very, very few words, but he had unshakable values. He didn't preach duty, he lived it. But life, it never was easy. Eventually we lost that farm. We sold it for pennies on the dollar. But that farm, it gave me a whole lot more than food. It gave me values. It gave me grit. It taught me to work hard. One of the biggest lessons I remember to this day, and it reminds me when I think back to my childhood, is that if you don't fight for what matters, you're going to lose it. We find ourselves in the same place today in Florida. We got to keep fighting. So after 23 years in uniform, jumping out of planes, combat deployments, losing my leg, and then requalifying as a Green Beret, I'm grateful to have fought beside real heroes, amazing men and women who understand the sure price of freedom. They're American-loving, freedom-defending warriors. And when I tell you, and I'm going to say it again, I'm going to stomp my foot, when I entered politics, it wasn't because I dreamed of it. I really, really, really didn't dream of it. Nobody that I knew growing up had a dream of this. It's because I looked at the faces in the places that we'd been. I saw the lives that we had buried, and I saw how much had gone on. And I knew that sometimes you just have no other choice but to step up and step in. I dreamed of family dinners, fishing trips, maybe some scuba diving. I thought I'd solely continue to serve my community through my nonprofit work. But then COVID happened, the unforgivable, horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. I watched the Biden regime's moral ineptitude muzzle our children, destroy our economy, get Americans killed, and they spit in the face of a generation of warfighters who buried the finest among us. They destroyed our standing and our reputation on the world stage. And I'll never forget. I will never forget. Will you? There was a moment when all of this was happening. It's a bit of an epiphany, right? It's a moment that was both exciting and a little frustrating. I was sitting at the dinner table, venting, a little frustrated. There's a lot going on. My son Gabe, you want to wave? No? A little shy? Well, I appreciate it, bud. Gabe responded to me, he looked me in the eye, which I'm incredibly proud of, and he said, "Dad, you're whining. What are you going to do about it?" Now, how many of you have the same rule we do? That we don't whine. If you're not going to come right with a solution, don't come at all. Man, it hit me like a grenade. It just popped, and it almost took me to my knees. You see, that rule matters, and I was excited on one hand. Gabe had actually listened. He had heard what I said and actually used my own words. It was incredible. But then I came to the realization that I wasn't living up to my own ethos, that I wasn't doing good enough, that I had more work to do. So I traded the two-way rifle range for the political arena because the fight for America and the freedoms we hold dear, well, it didn't end when I took off the uniform. I have spent my entire life fighting for the American way of life. And I don't know about you, but I'm just getting started. When typical politicians fail, when the bureaucrats lose their way, it's always the warriors who step up and lead. You know, we've seen that with President Trump. He didn't need the job, but he stepped up when America needed him most. We see it with our own governor, Ron DeSantis. He stepped up and saved our great state, and I'm looking out at a whole room filled with people willing to fight for what matters, who understand what's at stake. Thank you for all that you do. But let's be serious here for just a moment. We find ourselves in a complex, difficult time. Everything we have didn't come easy. It came from hard work, dedication, strong leadership, and just as easy as we got it, we can lose it. We know that serious times call for serious leaders. Just a few weeks ago, you remember that little thing in Iran happened? This was a little tiff, right? Iran decided to test American resolve. We got calls in from Israel, families, college kids, moms, dads. They're trapped in harm's way. It was a huge emergency. You know, one thing I love about President Trump is he is very clear. States should step up in emergencies and lead. He has been crystal clear. And when there's an emergency, that's what we do in Florida. Governor DeSantis and Kevin Guthrie are the best at what they do. So Governor DeSantis, well, he said, go get our people. And you know what we did? We went and got them. Under the coordination of the DeSantis administration, I boarded a plane off to Israel on the day before Father's Day alongside some real American heroes from Graybull Rescue. We flew into an active war zone. We dodged a few ballistic missiles, a few, and we rounded up our people to bring them safely home. But what I want to talk about here is this. It took courage, it took boldness and commitment to the people of Florida for Governor DeSantis to say, go. If nobody else is going to step in, we're going to step up. That leadership matters. It's funny, my wife and I joke about this quite a bit. You know, given my background, what we used to do, running off to Israel and running around Jordan was the most normal thing we've done in the last 3.5 years. It was kind of like an old pair of boots. It just felt right. But alongside the Florida Department of Emergency Management, and I absolutely have to shout out a few folks. Kevin Guthrie is the best at what he does in the business. Guys, they just don't make people like that. Keith Pruitt, his deputy, and Jake Felder, who's over there doing ledge work, they're incredible. They did all they could to bring our people home, and I'm so proud of their work and dedication. We brought home over 2,300 Americans, not just Floridians. They're American citizens. We didn't care where you were. If you needed a ride, we're going to get you home. Maybe, just maybe, we're onto something here. Imagine a government willing to go to all ends just to protect their people. Does that sound like something we can get behind? You know, it's funny. Iran wanted to play chicken right up until the point when President Trump parked a boomerang-shaped tool of badassery right above their nuclear facilities. He absolutely throttled their capabilities. Their long-term capabilities completely diminished. Bold leadership matters. People willing to do what's right, no matter the cost, matter. President Trump has shown the world what a bold, action-driven American president looks like. Are you all excited about that? Here closer to home, Governor DeSantis, well, he's led his own seismic surge and change. He led Florida's conservative revival for the last 6 years. He has pressed Republican registration up over 1.3, 1.4. I got to get the right numbers here. And that number is a result of nothing less than bold, clear, focused leadership, standing firm even when times were hard. But don't worry. It was a whole lot more than that. When you look across this room, it was conservative warriors, people willing to step in, step up, and do the right thing, to fight for the things that matter, leave nothing behind, and take nothing for granted. Each and every one of you are those people. You made this possible working through the RPOF with leaders like Governor DeSantis, and we've made a difference. Do you want to go back to the way it was? Do you? Absolutely not, right? Do you love how Florida is? Well, then we got to keep fighting for it. You know and I know, we simply can't afford to reverse course. Let's never again settle for average. This is America. We will never settle for good enough. Average just isn't okay. It's the greatest nation in the history of our planet, and excellence in all we do must be our only choice. We don't need any more all talk, no walk politicians, no press conference patriots, no soft toss, all stop, no fight politicos. No more all name, no game spotlight chasers, and no more get by and be safe career politicians. We need more doers like President Trump. We need more fighters like Ron DeSantis, and we need more leaders like those who protect us in all types of uniforms every single day. We need warriors like each and every one of you, more of you, willing to step up and fight for what you love and what you believe. Thank you for all you do. You are a blessing to our state. Now, you know we don't apologize. We're not going to ask for permission. We're not going to stay the course just because it's the easy thing to do. We're going to stay the course no matter how hard because it's the right thing to do. Because this is Florida, and that's what we do every day. The state where we were blessed to see Governor DeSantis boldly advance so many strong conservative policies, it's hard to comprehend. We stood for parental rights and universal school choice. We protected kids from gender mutilation and preserved the integrity of girls' sports. We passed nation-leading anti-ESG, and because of all of you and Governor DeSantis, DEI is DOA in the state of Florida. I'm proud to have fought shoulder to shoulder with Governor DeSantis. I've personally worked on a lot of things, passed over 50 pieces of legislation over the last 3 years. I want to share just a couple of those because a few people have asked. We clawed back our 2A rights. Are there any gun owners here, people who want to keep fighting forward? Well, we passed the first bill clawing back our 2A rights, and we're not going to stop until we get them back. We secured our schools. We banned the CCP from buying our lands because you know what we should do when our enemy says something? We should believe them. We made Florida the most veteran-friendly state in America, and we stood with our law enforcement when it wasn't cool and nobody else would do it. They deserve the time, tools, and training necessary to complete their mission, but y'all, they got to get back to their families too, because they're Florida citizens just like each of us. We ensured Florida holds criminals accountable. We ripped Obama-era energy restrictions, focusing on reliable, affordable power, getting away from the nonsense of the Green New Deal, and focused on things like small modular reactors, actual usable energy. We passed massive deregulation when it comes to licensing, allowing Floridians to work without bureaucracy granting them the opportunity after 7 steps and multiple fees. We passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the nation. Y'all proud about what we're doing, leading the country on this? We've done a lot of things, but here's the truth. We aren't done yet. There's more to do. Are y'all ready to work? Are you ready to fight? Ready to push this state forward? President Trump, every single day, he shows the nation what putting America first means. Governor DeSantis, well, he's shown what making Florida first really means. Together, we've made Florida the conservative proving grounds of America. But you know, it's unfortunate, but there are some politicians, some even in our own party, who want to reverse course, take us back to where we've been in the past. Well, that sure as hell can't happen in this state. We are not going back. We need you to use your voice. We need you to fight every single day for those things that matter. Because when Florida leads, America wins, and this nation is worth getting right. Now, I'm a warrior. I've done this my entire life. I've led men and women in hard places. I promise you, I'm not going to stand alone because I don't have to. I've got heroes like you with me. I've got people ready to fight every single day. But if I'm asked to stand alone and unafraid, I'm okay doing that too. But it's good to know that we have heroes like you at our back, warriors willing to fight. But friends, this is our time. We must not fail. We have a responsibility to protect our future and our freedoms for our children, just like our forefathers did for us. To keep Florida strong, to keep Florida free, to keep America free. You know, as the Hulkster would have said, It's what you're going to do, brothers and sisters, right? Well, right here at home, we're going to fight because that's the Florida way. And a few years from now, when your kids ask you, or maybe a few years past that when your grandchildren ask you, what did you do when it mattered? When freedom itself was on the line, when it sat on the brink? You can look them in the eyes and say, I fought and I showed up for America. I stood strong on our ideas, our ideals, and our principles. I fought and left it better than I got it because that's what we do in Florida. Because this is Florida, and we will never go back. It is, it was, and it always will be worth fighting for. Y'all, we fight, we win, we keep Florida strong. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going over just a little bit, but I want to say you're an incredible group. Keep fighting, and we'll preserve this nation. God bless each of you. May God bless the free state of Florida, and may God continue to bless these United States. Thank you.
Every single campaign promise I have ever said on the campaign trail over the last 10 years, I've delivered on. Government is accountable to the people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Florida's Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ingoglia.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Florida Republicans, how are we doing today? That kind of sucked. Let's do that again. Florida Republicans, how are you doing today? Much better. My name is Blaise Ingoglia, and I am unapologetically conservative. And it is an honor to be your CFO of the great state of Florida. So just so everyone knows, I speak 4 languages: English, profanity, sarcasm, and real shit. I'm politically incorrect. I say Merry Christmas and God bless America. I own guns. I eat meat and I really love bacon. I stand when I hear the national anthem and I thank our troops and our first responders every chance I get. And if that offends you, I don't care. Growing up, my mama said I could be anything I wanted, so I decided to be a problem for Democrats and some Republicans. I'm not afraid to take on the establishment and the status quo. And just for the record, I am a really big fan of DEI, and by that I mean deport every illegal. You know, I'm way past the point of deporting illegal immigrants. I actually want to deport Gavin Newsom and AOC too. How about you guys? Now, this is not going to be a speech about how great Florida is compared to California, because we already know that. This speech is how we destroy the leftist agenda and the Democrats at the same time. I was chairman of this Republican Party of Florida for 4 years. Some of my proudest moments were helping President Trump get elected in 2016 and helping Ron DeSantis get elected in 2018. Now, my job was to win elections, but what I realized is that I could not do it alone. I needed you, the grassroots heart and soul of our party, in order to do it. So to get everyone ready to protect this party, protect this state, and continue to win elections, I have prepared my top 10 rules for Republican Party success. So whether you are a Republican elected official or Republican candidate, a Republican Party leader, or someone who just cares truly deeply about the future of this state, I think you will find these rules to be a little useful, insightful, and hopefully a little bit motivating. So we are going to work backwards from 10 down to 1. Are you ready? We are going to work from 10 back down to 1. Are you ready? Rule number 10, stand up for our veterans and our first responders every chance you get. Real heroes don't have their name on the back of a jersey. They have an American flag on their uniform or a badge over their heart. Respect those who protect us. I am so happy that the days of disrespecting our flag and our hometown heroes are over. We are Americans. We are Republicans. Stand up and be proud. And while we're on the subject, no veteran should ever go without food, housing, health care, work, and most importantly, our respect. Go out of your way to thank them for our freedom and our protection. Trust me, people will notice. Rule number 9, stop with the politically correct BS. Be real with people. People can tell the difference between consultant-written talking points and someone who is authentic. That's why we are drawn to people like President Trump, Governor Ron DeSantis, heck, even John Fetterman. Do you remember how bad it was a couple years ago with political correctness and cancel culture? You couldn't say illegal immigrants anymore. You had to say newcomers. You couldn't say global warming anymore. You had to say climate change. You couldn't say fat anymore. You had to say high-calorie humans. I mean, heck, you couldn't even say mentally incompetent anymore. You had to say Democrats. What are you looking around for? There are no Democrats here. You actually have to pay money to be here today. Sound different, be real with people, give it to them straight. They will reward you. Rule number 8, go unapologetically on offense. Democrats have one foot in the grave in the state of Florida. Our job is to put the final nail in the coffin of the party of pronouns, high taxes, porn in schools, and boys playing in men's sports. And while I'm on the subject of men playing in women's sports, I'm going to say it. Men are men, women are women, and leftist Democrats are freaking idiots. Now, the good news is that leftist ideology is built on a foundation of crap, and it's collapsing under the weight of its own ridiculousness. The bad news is that we as Republicans, we need to do a better job of calling them out and taking the fight to them and taking the fight to the liberal media. But here is the unapologetic, no-nonsense, non-politically correct truth. The road to ruin for this country won't be paved by Democrats. It'll be paved by Republicans that don't stand up and fight. We need more fighters. If you see me in a fight with the bear, don't help me, help the bear. Now, it's unfortunate, but some Republicans don't want to fight. They just want the path of least resistance. But the time for weakness is over. The time for capitulation is over. The time to go on offense is now. Rule number 7, protect the taxpayer. There is no such thing as government money. It's our money. It's taxpayers' money. Stop listening to bureaucrats and start listening to your gut instincts. If it sounded like a bad idea when you were running for office, rest assured it is still a bad idea now after you got elected. Be a friend to the taxpayer, not an apologist for big government. Question everything. Let's prove we are on the side of the taxpayer by offering them real property relief next year. In fact, let's do everything that we can to get property taxes gone for those homesteaded properties. While we are on government spending, you guys know that we are doging a lot of local governments, right? You guys in favor of that? So I'm going to ask you a question. I'm thinking about changing Doge to something else. I'm thinking about changing Doge to FAFO. What do you think? You guys know what FAFO stands for, right? Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight. What were you guys thinking? Rule number 6, never ever apologize for saying God bless America. Don't be afraid to wear your faith on your sleeve and encourage others to do so as well. We were one nation under God. We were founded as a Christian nation. Maybe it's about time that we reclaim that. Advocate for prayers in schools again. Stand up for the state of Israel and reject anti-Semitism. This country would be much better off when we have more prayer and less pro-Hamas demonstrations in our schools. Rule number 5, don't New York our Florida. Many of us moved here to escape high-tax, high-regulatory states because we found freedom and opportunity in the great state of Florida. Let's not change this state into something that we escaped from. Now, if you want to move to Florida, that's fine. Just leave your leftist ideology at the border. Let's stop running ads in New York inviting anyone and everyone to come to the Sunshine State. Let's not import our ideological opposition. That is a surefire way to go from a red state to a blue state. Democrats are losing their votes, losing their credibility, and absolutely losing their minds. Unfortunately, Democrats know there is only one way to win in Florida, and that is to switch their party, hide their true intentions, and run for office as Republicans. We have enough to worry about with Republicans acting like Democrats. We don't need Republicans who actually are Democrats. Just because they have an R next to their name doesn't necessarily believe what we believe. Be careful who you trust. Salt and sugar look the same. Rule number 4, be an optimist. Just don't start complaining about what's not getting done. Start talking about what can get done. When you focus on the problems, you'll see more problems. But when you focus on the possibilities, you will see more opportunities. Too many people in this country wonder if the glass is half full or half empty. They are completely missing the point. This is the United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the world. Those glasses are refillable, my friends. They missed that point. Rule number 3, protect Florida's Constitution at all costs. Never, ever underestimate leftists and their ability to lie, cheat, and steal. Leftists and progressives know they can't win in Florida with candidates anymore, so now they're trying to buy our Constitution in an effort to turn this state into California. Massive voter fraud, hundreds of millions of dollars spent, vague language, enticing titles, foreign money. Last year's amendment should be a wake-up call for every God-fearing Republican in this room. Think about this. If both of those amendments had passed the way they were written, on your way here you might have walked past a late-term abortion clinic waving pot smoke out of your face. That's what we were headed for. Now, they're not going to let up. Neither should we. Guard our Constitution. Rule number 2, be true to yourself. I personally have seen way too many people get elected to office and change. They start off with good intentions, but then they quickly become part of the problem. In short, they campaign one way to get elected, and then they govern a complete opposite way when they get there. Politicians are for sale, and people are always lining up to make the purchase. They sell their souls for what? A campaign check? The thing that never ceases to amaze me about politics isn't that people sell their souls. It's how little they get in return. Govern the way you campaign. Do what you say you are going to do. Be principled, be persuasive, and be unafraid. Stand up for what you believe in, even if it means standing alone. Rule number 1, never ever be number 2. In order to succeed, you must work your ass off. Second place isn't good enough. Remember, the world is changed by your example, not your opinion. You're not defeating our ideological opponents or changing minds sitting on the couch posting on social media. Get your butt off the couch and start doing. They say when opportunity knocks, you must be ready. Opportunity doesn't knock, you knock. And if opportunity doesn't answer, break the damn door down. Good things don't come to those who wait in politics. Good things come to those who are willing to work hard and earn it. Dream big, work hard, stay focused, and sell our message. So in closing, let us all together resolve here today to choose God over government, to choose excellence over equity, and to choose conservatism over cronyism. Average is the enemy. Never give up. Never back down. Fight until you cannot fight anymore, because Florida is worth fighting for. This state is unlike any other state in the nation. We'd like to keep it that way. I will stand here and I will thank you for everything that you have ever done getting Republicans elected. And I will stand here and thank you in advance for everything that you will do getting Republicans elected. May God bless you, may God bless your family, and may God bless the greatest republic this world has ever known, the United States of America. God bless you guys.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there.
We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. Freedom is here to stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the governor of the great free state of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Well, aren't you glad to be a Republican in the free state of Florida? And aren't you glad that there's a heck of a lot more of us than there are of them now? We didn't used to be able to say that. And aren't you glad that you have a new warrior fighting for you as the chief financial officer of Florida? This guy's incredible. Blaze is going to do a great job. I'll tell you, it's gone so quick we were 300,000 in the hole in 2018 in terms of voter registration. Now we're like 1.3 million more Republicans than Democrats. I knew we were beating them, but I didn't realize we were beating them that bad. I may need to task Joseph Ladapo, our Surgeon General, for determining whether there's still signs of life in the Democratic Party in here. Of course, when you stand for coddling criminals, idealizing illegal aliens, and weaponizing woke ideology, you deserve to lose, and you are losing in this state. And they now have the perfect candidate running for mayor of New York City. That is what the Democratic Party stands for today, and we should make sure that they own that, not just in Florida, but all around the country. And the thing about it is, leftism is the problem with all these jurisdictions that have collapsed. San Francisco, Chicago, New York, California, you name it. It's the leftism that fails. And so the free state of Florida, one of the reasons why we are the free state of Florida is because we stop the left in its tracks. Buddy, you got to do a better job than that if you're going to come here and interrupt. That was weak. That was pathetic. I've had Antifa charge me on live TV. That was a weak performance. So you have the left, which is really, I think, the source of the political ills that you see around the country. Our job in Florida is to stop it in its tracks. In fact, as a leader, there's a lot of things I got to do as governor, and we see different things that happen. Obviously, we had major hurricanes last year. We have sometimes disorder. There's a lot of things you have to do. But at this point in time, any leader worth their salt must protect the people they represent from the pathologies of the political left. When they come for our kids, we stop them. When they demand money for their schemes, we defund them. When leftist politicians flout the law, we remove them from their posts. I don't know what you think you're accomplishing. You're making an ass of yourself. So I will say again, when the left comes for our kids, we stop them. When the left demands money for their various schemes, we defund them. And when leftist politicians flout the law, we remove them from their posts. Now, our policy is very simple when it comes to the left. We win and they lose. And win we have. We beat the left on COVID. If it were up to them, you would have been locked down, force jabbed, and force masked for months and years on end. We stood up, and many times all alone, and took the arrows, and we were right to do it, and the state is better off because we stood up and we did it. We beat the left on immigration. When I became governor, one of my first orders of business was to work with the legislature to finally, after all these years, ban sanctuary cities in the state of Florida. And we never stopped. We've enacted the strongest illegal immigration legislation in the country. There's a little bit of a tug of war going on. They were trying to take her one way and then the other. There you go. So, not only did we ban sanctuary cities, but we've enacted the strongest legislation anywhere in the country to combat illegal immigration, including sending people to the border when Biden opened the border to help out Texas, and even flying illegal aliens to beautiful Martha's Vineyard. Now, they didn't like it when we did that. Now, they said they were a sanctuary jurisdiction. The minute you had 50 show up, all hell broke loose. They declared a state of emergency. They called out the National Guard. They got those illegals off their vineyard very, very quickly. They want an open border for you, but they didn't want to have to live under the consequences of the policies that they champion. Now, when President Trump got elected in November, this was our time to finally win on immigration once and for all. We saw what happened with 4 years of Biden having an open border. That has been shut, and the border is now closed, which is a great achievement. But that doesn't take care of all the millions and millions of people that have come here illegally, and not just under Biden, for many decades. And so the president pledged to enact the strongest mass deportation program in American history. But I knew as a governor, just logistically, that was not going to be able to be working if the states and the local law enforcement were not participating with this. And so I called a special session of the Florida legislature at the beginning of the year. And I said, as soon as the president takes office, we have to have policies in place that say in Florida, all state and local law enforcement agencies must work with DHS, and we must have deportations of people that are here illegally. Now, I think it's important to point out I just hope that you charged him to get in here. If he wants to do that, you take his money. That's fine. I hope he didn't get in for free, though. So we called a special session. We said we have to have all hands on deck. And I just think it should be pointed out that because, we've got these big Republican majorities, I was not met with support on that by the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House said that it was not urgent, it was premature, that we could deal with it months down the line. The hell we can. Biden let in 10 million. We needed to deal with it on day one. And so we made sure that happened. Now, he tried to pass a bill that I had to veto that would have stripped our ability to do what we need to do and actually would have shut down our current operations and all the things you've seen about in the news, all of that would have been illegal. So I vetoed that legislation, and we got good legislation in place. But let me tell you, what he passed was one of the worst pieces of legislation that Republicans have ever passed in the state of Florida. I was right to veto it, and you're better off as a result of having vetoed it. Now, which brings us to the topic du jour, our unprecedented efforts to help with the deportation efforts that you've seen under the Trump administration. Now, we've been doing a lot. I've got all my guys on board at the state. We now have all local and state agencies have to do this. So you see even the mayor of Orange County, Jerry Demings, he's got to get on board because the legislation we had would have meant he could have gotten removed from office. And obviously, I'm willing to do that. So we did that, which was really good. That's why Florida has more of these agreements than any other state by a country mile. But what DHS was telling us is you guys are arresting illegals faster than we can process them. We don't have any place to put them. We can't do this pace yet because Biden really neutered the agency. So they asked us to help with that. And so when they said we need help, within a week later, we were able to stand up Alligator Alcatraz down in South Florida. And I just have to say, some of these people, the Democrats, they go down, they caravan down to Alligator Alcatraz. They do all these things, this bells and whistles. They're doing all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I've never seen you fight that hard for an American citizen. I've never seen you go to that length. But you really believe that people should just be able to come illegally. Many of them have already been ordered to be deported through our legal process, and they still think that they should be able to stay, even though we've seen all the problems that's happened. But then they'll complain because the air conditioning's too cold. Or they'll complain that the ham sandwiches aren't toasted and that they're cold. I mean, look, it's like, Jimmy John's used to never have toasted subs, and they became one of the best chains in the country. So this idea, I'm like, Jay Collins was up here. I can tell you, when we were deployed in Iraq, we didn't get toasted subs. That's not how it works. So you have this crazy stuff where they're trying to make this of an issue, but the reality is flights are now leaving there. You have hundreds and hundreds of people already. The pace is picking up. And Florida is going to continue to lead the way because we need strong borders and we need to make sure we uphold the rule of law. Now, we've also beat the left on crime and on rioting. You remember what happened during those Floyd riots back in 2020. We didn't allow that to happen in the state of Florida, and we even passed legislation saying that you're going to be protected if the mob comes after you. You have the right to defend yourself in your car, at your home, in public. You have a right. We're not going to let the inmates run the asylum. We ban local governments from defunding the police. And, maybe a lot in Florida wouldn't have done it because it's gotten so red. But don't tell me you can't have one little blue outpost that has 3 bozos on some city council that might do something stupid. Well, we're not going to let you cut off your nose to spite your face. So you aren't defending law enforcement in the state of Florida. We've also blocked all jailbreak legislation, California-style crime policies where they let people out, they let them commit crimes. We actually have had that proposed in Florida, and it's wrong. And as governor, I was really the bulwark to stop that, and I'll continue to do that. And then we saw the scourge of Soros DAs. And I remain the only governor in the country who has removed Soros DAs from their position. We have also successfully waged a war and defeated the woke mind virus in the state of Florida. We are the first state to eliminate DEI from our public university system. We were the state responsible for nuking ESG in the pensions and in the businesses. We eliminated critical race theory, first in the country to do that in our K through 12 education. And we stopped the brutal practice of doing sex change operations on kids. It was wrong then when we did it. It's wrong now, and we were right then when we did it. And of course, you know, I hear a lot of people talking about women's sports a lot now. Just so people, like, we did that years ago in Florida. I mean, like 5 years ago, we took care of that. You have a right to compete in all of these things. We've also beat the left on education. And some of that means defeating the teachers' unions, who've been a huge problem, and they're very partisan, and they have an agenda. And when COVID was going on, I required that all schools remain open, and they sued me to try to close the schools. They wanted kids out of school for a year, and that would have happened had we not stood up to them. We also did universal school choice, so every single parent in Florida can go to the school of their choice, private school, charter school, you name it. And we've also done paycheck protection against school union, because what they'll do is these union people will go in and they'll demand that a teacher sign these forms, and then they deduct the money and it goes into the union, and what do they spend it on? Leftist politics. Most of these teachers don't want that. So now in Florida, no automatic deduction of school union dues are allowed. First state in the country to get that right. And we have done more than any other state in the country to stand up for the rights of parents when it comes to education. You have the right to direct the education and upbringing of your kids, and you have every right to know what curriculum is being used in your school. And you also have a right to send your kids to school in Florida without them being taught that they were born in the wrong body or that their gender is a choice. We stood up. We even had a little skirmish with a company down the road from here, some of you may have heard of. A lot of people said you can't do that in Florida and live to tell about it, but we were right and they were wrong, and we won that fight, and we're glad that we did. We're also leading the effort to reform in a conservative direction higher education. And one of the things that we've done, which I don't think any other state has done, yeah, we were the first to eliminate DEI. That's important. But now in Florida, all tenured professors must undergo review every 5 years and can be terminated for poor performance. Another thing that we won on, and Blaise Ingoglia mentioned it, you can win these elections, and ideally you have elected officials who do what they told you they would do, which for by and large you've had in Florida, not exactly what the House of Representatives agenda this past year. Let's just be frank. The Speaker of the House, as his honored guest when he got sworn in, did he have somebody that's been a part of all these wins? You know who he had? Morgan and Morgan. That was the honored guest. Is that what you voted for? No, it's not. But that's an aside. So by and large, we've had people do what they say they're going to do, deliver big results, and Florida has really been the model, and I think it's great. But here's the thing. You can win elections. You can have people actually fulfill their promises, which we've had in Florida by and large, but if the left can spend $250 million running these ballot initiatives, then they can turn us into California through the back door, without ever having controlled the legislature, without even ever being able to elect a governor again, and we could wake up in 10 years, and all of a sudden, we've got a left-wing state. And so Amendments 3 and 4 were really a big test for this state. because they poured $275 million into those two amendments. And I will thank the Republican Party of Florida. I will thank Evan Power and all of you who stood up against it, because the party played an important role in defeating those amendments. And both of those amendments, more than 70% of Republicans voted no on both of those amendments. And that's because we all worked together to do it. But this is a danger going forward. We did pass a reform, but it was later than it should have been done. And so we may end up teed up with some more of this in 2026. We'll see what happens. But that is a major threat to the future of this state. So what are the results of winning all those fights? Like, look, I want to win. I want to beat the left. But does that lead to better outcomes? Does that lead to things? Well, just look at the tape. We're #1 economy in the country 3 years in a row by CNBC, no less, who they probably don't want to rank Florida #1. #1 in higher education, #1 in education freedom, usually #1, 2, or 3 in overall education, #1 in new business formations, #1 in entrepreneurship, #1 in talent development, and we have a crime rate that's at a 50-year low. That is results. That matters to the people that sent us here. And if you look at how we've done fiscal, budget and debt and taxes, well, obviously we have no income tax. I'm going to talk about tax a little bit in a minute. But the size of government in Florida, your government in Florida has the lowest number of government workers per capita in the entire United States of America. The state of New York, we now have 3 or 4 million more residents than New York State does, and yet our budget is less than half the size of New York State's budget. Since I've been governor, we've more than tripled the state's rainy day fund. In fact, our rainy day fund is maxed out. We're not allowed under the Constitution to put any more money into the rainy day fund because we've stocked it so much. And we shouldn't put much more, because I would rather do property tax cuts and do other things like that to help you. If you take the entire history of Florida, all 180 years, and you take all the debt that was accumulated over that period, just since I've been governor, by the end of this fiscal year, we will have paid off almost half of that debt for the 180-year period. And we now have the lowest per capita debt in the entire United States of America. But we're doing big things. We just raised salaries for highway patrol and state law enforcement. We're doing stuff for teacher pay increases. We have universal school choice. We're doing infrastructure improvements. We're doing Everglades restoration. We're doing all those things, but we're doing it within the context of a budget that spends less than it did the year before, and that budget a year before spent less than it did the year before that. So we are showing how it's done in terms of low debt, big budget surpluses, and cutting taxes. Now, what's left on the agenda? I mean, when I remember people would ask me after a lot of this stuff's gotten done over the years, man, can you do any more? You're always out doing all. Yes, we can. And if you really want the state of Florida to be the free state of Florida, yes, we fought the left. We fight the ideology. We have no income tax in Florida, which means you don't have to file a tax return, you earn what you want, and it's none of the state's business. But we have this situation with local governments that are taxing people's properties. And, that's something that's always happened throughout American history. It's honestly, the founding fathers did not think taxing property was the most efficient way to do it. They preferred consumption taxes, but nevertheless, it is what it is. Now, in normal circumstances, it's something you don't like, but may be tolerable depending on the circumstances. But what's happened now is people's property values are going up. And when people buy a new home, they get this high tax basis. So all of a sudden, these local governments are getting a huge increase in property tax revenue. And so you have some governments, and by the way, we are doging local governments like Broward and Gainesville and some of these, because you look at Broward, they've had no population increase in the last 4 or 5 years, but they've had a massive budget increase because they have all this property tax value. So here's my principle that I operate on. Home ownership, private property ownership, means that you actually own it free and clear of the government. You should not have to pay rent to the government to be able to stay on your property. And so we're going to have an opportunity to put that question on the ballot, and we're working on formulating it, and you're going to hear a lot, oh, it can't be done. It can be done. And obviously, we're going to do it in a way that's going to be very doable, but that's going to give meaningful relief to people in ways that'll be permanent. And so name me another state that has defeated the left so thoroughly, that has law and order, that has all these options for education, that has no income tax. So you can't even name that right there. But then if you throw on, you don't have to pay property tax. Is there anything that could be better than that to be able to do? So that is what we've got to get done. They've got to get it on the ballot through the legislature, but we are working on doing that, and we can be a model for reform for the other thing we're doing, and the legislature, I think, has done a good job of passing proposed amendments to the federal Constitution under Article 5 of the Constitution. Now, here's the thing. We see the problems in D.C. We see the problems in the swamp. We see the problems in Congress. And for as hard as President Trump has worked and as much as he's gotten done, honestly, Congress, it's like, come on, guys. Like, what's going on here? They're adding debt. They're doing this stuff. And here's the thing. It's not going to change unless the incentives are changed. And I think the only way to do that is you need term limits for members of Congress, and you need a balanced budget amendment to the federal Constitution. Don't let them bankrupt the country. Now, we have certified those amendments from the state of Florida. 28 states have done balanced budget amendment. I think it's 12 that's done term limits, but that's going very quickly, and we're working hard with very quickly with that, and I think you're going to see that build support. But we, the people in our individual states, have the authority that the Founding Fathers put in the Constitution to make these positive reforms without having to go through Congress at all. I don't think that Congress will ever enact the type of reforms that are going to need to be done to truly get this government on the right path in terms of fiscal and in terms of debt. So Florida's leading on that. I'm working with other states on both of those. You're going to continue to see more progress on that. And I think we have to do it because I don't think that we're going to be able to have this thing be sustainable over the next quarter of a century if we don't have some constraints imposed on them. And the other thing they need to do, we should not have these congressmen doing this insider trading where they're making massive windfalls. And Pelosi may be the queen of it, but she's not the only one. So they need to clean that up. So I just leave you with this thought. We're here. We've got a 1.3 million registration advantage. You have every single statewide office has a Republican. We have almost a 3-to-1 majority in the Florida House. We have, almost almost 2/3 majority, more than 2/3 in the Florida Senate. We've got 20 Republicans in our congressional delegation. Now, I did have to veto the legislature's map, and so I get this one, but be that as it may. And so you have that. So you can even see, and then I think in the counties, I think we won 62 of 67 counties, including Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, all this stuff. So you could sit here and be like, yep, we've done it. And my message is just don't get high on your own supply. You're only as good as what you're doing for people going forward. There's nothing permanent in politics. People are up, and then they say, oh, there's going to be Republican forever. And then all of a sudden, things shift, and other people can do. I don't think the threat to the Republican Party of Florida right now is as much that the Democrats are going to get their act together than that we, as Republicans, or some Republicans, fumble the ball. And here's my thing, bottom line. A political party is not an end in of itself. If you're a Republican just because you like the cocktail parties, you do all that, look, it's a free country. I'm not saying you can't. That's not why I'm a Republican. I'm a Republican because I think it's a vehicle to deliver policies that I believe in and that can make people's lives better. That's what it's all about. So you can have an R by your name, and I guess, that's obviously better than having a D. At least you had the sense to do that. But if you get elected with an R by your name, that doesn't give you license to smuggle leftism into the Republican Party. It doesn't give you a license to do things that are not consistent with what got us here and what led to these big numbers. Because I can tell you what led to the big numbers more than anything, the results that we produced drew a sharp contrast with the Democrats and the left. And like President Reagan said, it's about bold colors, not pale pastels. Everybody in this state who's voted knows that there's a huge difference between our party and the Democratic Party. You know, if you want your kids indoctrinated in gender ideology, you're voting Democrat. You're not going to vote for us. That's very clear in people's mind. If you believe that being tough on crime and law and order is important to you, you're voting for us. You are not voting for them. If you believe in education freedom, you're voting for us. You're not voting for them. Everybody knows because we've drawn a very clear contrast. And we've drawn the clear contrast by being very strong on conservative policy, being strong conservatives, not being wishy-washy, not just sitting there and trying to cut the difference, not making it muddled to where voters don't know. The reason we've grown the party is because people know you stand for something. And I think the way that the party will contract, because sometimes people say, oh, let's bring in leftists into the party, we're expanding the party. No, you're expanding the political class of the party. You're not expanding the voter base of the party by doing that. In fact, you're more likely to alienate voters by doing that. So yes, I'll bring in as many voters who are going to believe in what we're doing, but I'm not going to dilute the message, and I'm not going to create confusion in the minds of voters that maybe these guys don't really mean that they're conservative. Maybe these guys really don't mean what they say we're going to mean. So have the bold contrast, have the sharp contrast with the left, and we will continue to win elections. I want Florida to be ruby red. I don't want us to revert back to some purple haze like we've had in the past. And that's the task that we've had. And I'll just close by saying this. Our founding fathers understood that small r Republican government is fragile. They understood. In fact, when they went to Philadelphia to draft the Constitution, they didn't just show up willy-nilly. Like, they had studied the history of every single republic in the history of mankind. And they tried to draw lessons from those experiments. And there was really only one thing that united every single every single Republican form of government that had ever existed in the history of humankind, and it was this. Every single one of them had failed. And so they understood it fell to this country, the United States of America, to determine once and for all. Can people really govern themselves? Can we have a society based on the idea that our rights come from God, not from the government? That government's role is to protect the rights that we already possess? That you should have an open field and fair chance to realize your dreams and make the most out of those God-given ability? That you could have a written constitution that divided power so that no one was too powerful in government? Could you have the rule of law rather than the rule of men? These are all questions that they sought to answer. And they gave us a great constitution. We've had a lot of people that have fought for this country over the years, in the political realm, but also wearing the uniform. But they understood it was fragile. Benjamin Franklin walked out of that convention. He was asked, did you give us a republic or a monarchy? And his answer was a republic if you can keep it. You can have the best Declaration of Independence in the world. You can have the best Constitution in the world. These things do not run on autopilot. They require every generation of Americans to step up, be heard, and fight for what matters to this country. And that may mean putting on a uniform and losing your leg like Senator Collins. It may just mean that you go as a mom that's concerned about what's happening in your schools and you're willing to stand up and speak the truth, knowing that they're going to attack you and knowing that they're going to smear you. There's a lot of different ways that you can play your part. But that's what we must do. We must continue the fight. I'm proud of what Florida's been able to achieve. I'm proud that so many other states have been able to emulate us, but there is nothing certain in this world. There is no such thing as a permanent political majority. We've got to keep fighting. As fast as it got the way it's gotten, it can go that much faster back in the other direction. So let's go forward and fight for the people that sent us here. Let's deliver big results for them, and let's make sure that this state remains the free state of Florida. Thank you all. God bless you. Get some more protesters than that. It's kind of weak. They could have done a lot better.
Florida leads the way. The good news is I have seen more life from Democrats in this room than I've seen in years. They all got removed. You know, at the end of the day, I think that we removed half the remaining Democrat Party from this room today. And we got their money. That's a good point. We got their money too. You know, we keep stacking up wins here in Florida. And Florida is setting the standard. You heard from great leaders today. You're going to have the next chairman of the Republican National Committee from Florida. Florida is the center of everything. So thank you for being a part of what we do, because let me tell you, 2026 is going to be a big year for us. We're going to go on the offensive. We're not going to be playing defense. And we're going to come after seats people don't expect us to go after. And we're going to win. And if your names in Congress are Jared Moskowitz and Darren Soto, buckle up. So thank you for everything that you do for the Republican Party. Thank you for the hard work you put in. Let's go win in 2026. Thank you.